God treat me well. Give me the love and no be kiss and tell. No be say that I whine and no well. For you, oh, for you, oh, yeah. The way you dance, girl, give a man feel. Now your body parts to make a man shiver. Bad girl, bad girl. Panicking and put to love. But when cool love, I can't know if I were. Tell me now. Love panicking, know if I were. Panicking and put to love. But when cool love, I can't know if I were. Tell me now. Love panicking, know if I were. Nemi mi do te kute, nemi wa baby. Jesse, can we take a dent to say? Kumanga wali was a chenga, wali went to Buzo Bambi Chembusa. Why it's not a lose control every time that you come around? Panicking and put to love, but you ain't cool, I can't know if I were. Tell me now. Panicking, know if I were. Panicking and good to laugh. But you ain't cool, I can't know if I were. Tell me now. Love panicking, know if I were. He said, let me keep your secret, check. Deepest of my heart is the safest place. So baby, turn to me and say, hey. Girl, I love your body. I panic when I see your body. I admire my baby's body. Hey, yeah. Baby, when you turn up on my baby, Omutima kuba kukupanyo. You're the one that I think of, baby. Everywhere you go, I come follow. Panicking and good to laugh. But you ain't cool, I can't know if I were. Sitting over and go to say, it be like you lange. On David and yo viola, Timutu de bambi. Omuwe na kafana ni, ako bambi ala venga ko viola venga mumeme, nange mumeme, alina kabiri viola. Akayo yo bambi okoko sakaino akalalo ko sweet wenze jokira erinyalye okulyo kera pomelwa kozinde konungansani kozinda nungalise obuli kali Jaina kadalasini Kwagala kutuka kumwezi Zikiri zambira sikali Ngankukuma nakasale my darling Chesi wanyikole risachi Emisu wenine mekamulirako Usiba mulinga wechirisa Hakanyama kamyufu kuchoto Kaliriro chusa wondia
The culture is what we are. The future is what we make. But the mission now is to facilitate collaboration and connection that leads to increased evidence-informed decision-making together. The oneness of our nation is a symbol of our collective individualism. With diverse people coming from near and far to put an end to poverty and inequality in Africa. Pass with they can know. Move your position.
The connection of African nations is the development of its general population. Oh, yes. We need to. We need to gain experience and share amongst us. Because we are not a different people living a separate life. On the contrary, we are interconnected in ways we cannot comprehend. Reason we need to come together, both scientifically and artistically, to experience the sweetness of evidence communality. An astral navigation will open our minds. Astral navigation will open our minds.
beyond our minds. We need to enhance skills of individuals and groups, improving the environment to get things done, opening gateways for new information to flow. Today is the tomorrow Africa will always be proud of, connected through the whispers of our forebears. In communion with Pan-Africa, we are in unison. We sing the same song, the song of humanity, the song of solidarity, the song of our African nation. And above all, we sing the song of practice. We sing the song of evidence. And we sing the song of
Dissemination. Have a done now.
there is need. There is need for the collaboration of all those engaged in evidence-informed decision-making ecosystems. My people, good people, there is need for Africa's full voice and participation in the regional, national, and global movement to increase evidence-informed decision-making.
There is need to go beyond our normal, non-scientific, and inexperienced approach to situation. Projecting the evidence, the science through art, tracing out the problems of nations through evidence dissemination. As we improve livelihood in the course of all evidence communality. We should not paint the flag line anymore. This is the Africa we are moving now. Yes, wabi ina famia ambo beta bi ina zang mabu gurma meta bi ina jifa lalawu anenu evidence informed decision making. Tabuta chiambi Bina ke famia amba beta bina ananu networking mum Africa zangma bogrema meta beji fa anye an celebrate la anu Africa. Tabuta chiambi Wabobu Africa bojima anu networking le Wabobu Africa bojima anu Africa le Bina songbobo matabo yin chambi Hana non tema bina le Wabobu Africa boji manu evidence mum Africa le Wabobu Africa boji manu evidence mum Africa lo Wabobu Africa boji manu greta nun chimchi sigana mum Africa le Wabobu Africa boji ma angrma nun chim Chisigana mum Africa le Wabobu Africa boji manu evidence mum Africa lo Wabobu Africa boji manu evidence mum Africa le Wabobu Africa boji manu evidence mum Africa le. Wabobu Africa bonjimane no evidence mum Africa lo. Go outside.
Good afternoon to everybody. I don't know what you're feeling now, but I have a renewed sense of feeling that yes, we can. Yes, we can drive out poverty and inequality.
Sure. Let's all be standing for the national anthem of the Republic of Uganda. Thank you. You can all take your seats.
Thank you all. In between activities, we will want to observe a few housekeeping rules and available for this program are multiple modals that we are transmitting across. Yes, you are here in person. Let's clap for ourselves for being here. But also we have a great number of audience joining us remotely, and together we can connect through the mobile app deployed for this very event. So if you have not connected yet on your mobile app, please do that. It's available on the two major platforms, the Play Store and the App Store. You search for Events Hub, Events app on either of the platforms, and you can grab and register. Registration links have been personalized, so they've been sent to you if you've registered for this event. So kindly connect via the app and you can have access to all of the things, including the program itself, the safety briefing for our use here. You can connect with the online participants as well. And then for refreshments, we all go down to ground zero on the ground floor and have that. That's where refreshments will mostly be served, just by the reception. I'm sure many of us found that when coming in. And we ask that you kindly mute your devices because it might interfere with the different audiovisual setups here. So kindly mute your devices or silence them as well. Generally, there will be 3 sessions happening. This will be the main room where we will be having most of the events, but there is another room, a conference room 1, where normally the breakout room, one of the breakout rooms will be held, and it's on the 1st floor. So the next floor after here, we are on the 2nd floor now. And then there will be a 3rd room, which will mostly host the incubator hub. So let me acknowledge young people in here that this renewed feeling that we can is happening with you, and we have lots of expectations of young people in this network. So the incubator hub is there on the 1st floor as well, and there are directional signs to guide us in there. So it's a place I would highly recommend that you visit and see the different innovations happening on the continent. Currently, we have, over here now, we have about 200 people joining us in person. But online, we have a bigger number following through. So please interact with them. Let them feel your presence whilst you're here. And please, you can be participating in the online community as well through social media platforms. We have Twitter, we have Facebook, and then LinkedIn. And I think recently there's another one that has been added. Is it TikTok? Yes. There are multiple platforms. So the young people, please do your work.
Thank you, Kashif. Welcome, everybody. Welcome and welcome. Kashif, the chair of Evidence 2023, and myself, Rona Mijumbi, a co-chair, are very, very pleased to have you with us today. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the 6th Biennial Evidence Conference. And it's a great pleasure to host you as part of the local hosts. The Center for Rapid Evidence Synthesis are your local hosts, but generally the Africa Evidence Network, the Secretariat, is also very, very pleased to have you again this year. It's good to have you in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. If you have ventured outside the conference room or outside your hotel rooms, I'm sure you agree with me, you're really in the Pearl of Africa. Yeah. So Evidence 2023 is a reminder of everything that is Africa Evidence Network. The brilliance, the growth, the warmth. Everywhere I look in this room, I see brilliance. I see people and groups that have grown, and I also see lots of friendships that have blossomed over the years, lots of warmth. But I also see resilience. Over the years, over the past few years, we've gone through a few rough patches. All of us, individually, as groups, as nations, but also as the network. We've gone through a few rough patches, but we continue to grow from strength to strength. And I want to congratulate each one of us, because last week we hit the 5,000 membership mark, and that is no mean feat. Okay. Honorable Minister, the ladies and gentlemen you see here today are people who will not rest until poverty and iniquity have been kicked out of Africa. And they believe that there is no better way of doing this than by using the data, the information, the research, and the evidence that we have at our hands to inform the decisions, the policies and practices on the continent. They therefore work really hard to innovate and to ensure that the processes of linking that information to the final beneficiaries like yourselves and others is actually smoothened. They're here this week to share lessons, to formulate new partnerships, and to make more plans around these important matters. They have arrived at this point more than 10 years since the network began, and at this point I would like to acknowledge our founding director, our founding chair, Ruth Stewart. Let's all really applaud her. Okay. So they have arrived here 10 years later by believing in the concept of working hard at this concept, but also working together at it. They have understood and can testify to what our West African friends, the Ghanaians proverb says and means. A single bracelet does not jingle. But also what our East African friends from Tanzania say, that a single stick may smoke, but it will not burn. Indeed, as we interact over the next few days, I want to encourage us to stay connected. Stay connected with the new knowledge and the lessons that are in abundance at the conference, and stay connected with the belief we have in the evidence. Above all, I would like you to stay connected with the new and old faces in this network and family, because this, I'll leave you with another proverb, overload of proverbs today. But like the South African friends, the Zambians say, a person's wealth is not in the bank, but in their relationships. Take that with you. Thank you. And at this point, it's my honor and pleasure to welcome our guest of honor, the Honorable Akelo Beatrice Ekori. She is the Minister of State in the Office of the President, in charge of economic monitoring. She's also the woman member of parliament for Agago district here in Uganda, in the 11th Parliament of Uganda, and she serves as a member of the ruling National Resistance Movement Party. She's a distinguished political leader. She's known for her unwavering commitment to community development, to women's rights, and to economic monitoring. Please welcome with me, Honorable Beatrice.
Distinguished delegates who are here, Madam Rona, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everybody. I'm delighted to see all of you here. I've been introduced. My name is Beatrice Akelo Ekori, the minister in charge of economic monitoring. And my ministry is directly linked to the mission of this conference. I'm very happy to be here today. On behalf of Government of Uganda, and on my own behalf, I warmly welcome all of you to the Pearl of Africa and to the Evidence 2023 conference. You're most welcome. Some of you could have been reading that Uganda is the Pearl of Africa and you didn't get opportunity to come to Uganda. This is a very good platform for you to witness that surely Uganda is a Pearl of Africa. It is an honor for us in Uganda to host this evidence conference. I understand several of these conferences have been taking place in South Africa over the past decade. And to this effect, I would like to thank the organizers for choosing Uganda as your host. I was told you've been confined in South Africa, but we are very lucky as the Pearl of Africa to host this conference outside South Africa. We are really honored. I am particularly happy that as a person who uses evidence to inform cabinet submissions, to see that we gather here in this conference to discuss topical issues on using information, data, and other forms of evidence for decision making. In Uganda, I'm glad I have a team I'm going to work with to inform cabinet and executive on evidence that we have to transform our society economically. I'm so grateful. This conference is held at a time when the world is increasingly threatened by common social, economic, and health crises, such as worsening food insecurity. In Uganda, we have been hit seriously by prolonged drought. The rain has just started raining, I think a week ago. Changing weather patterns, epidemics and pandemics, all leading to widening inequalities and iniquities within communities, which is more true on the Africa continent. This conference provides an opportunity for you delegates to deliberate on what needs to be done differently based on evidence to make Africa safer for us, for our children, and the future generations. So your being here is very, very important to us. As you are aware, we live in times where access to information is defining our existence. Like access to information in Uganda is a right. One may even say we are experiencing information overload. I therefore salute you for driving the idea or pushing for utilization of information and data to inform policy processes for evidence-based decisions. Kofi Annan once said, and I quote, "Knowledge is power. Information is liberating," of which you young people, you have come up to give us information to liberate Africa. As government, we are really, really excited about this. The COVID-19 pandemic, which is still very fresh in our minds, revealed and confirmed our vulnerabilities as Africans and the need to invest in research, data, and information to address our socio-economic challenges, the need for more research and generation of evidence on our indigenous knowledge in addressing some of our health challenges cannot be underrated. At times, we cut and paste. That's why some of the ideas we come up with failed. But now we are looking at how we can magnify our indigenous knowledge. It's amazing. I want to challenge you that at the end of this conference, you would have come up with deliberate, actionable resolutions on utilization of indigenous knowledge. There are missed opportunities when we do not use what is readily available to us locally. Africa, we are very rich, but we tend to look outside Africa more. This is a time we need to think within the box. Furthermore, this evidence conference brings together policymakers, scientists like me. I'm a scientist. I'm a chemist by profession. I did chemical engineering. And civil society organizations to engage and collaborate on best practices for using information in policy processes. We've been discussing with Madame Rona some of the policy that we need to review as a country. And I'm glad that my directorate is signing MOU to work with them. It is important that in the spirit of Pan-Africanism and Batu, we learn together and share and support each other to build a knowledge base for evidence-informed decision-making for Africa as a continent. To appreciate use of evidence in policy processes, the government of Uganda established a framework for oversight, monitoring, and evaluation for the executive, known as APEX platform. In my ministry, one for the first in Africa, domiciled in the office of the President and Department of M&E under the Parliament of Uganda. We are about to release a report, government has been implementing very many interventions for commercialization in agriculture for the past 13 years. So through this Apex platform, we have scrutinized all these interventions. We have seen what has worked, what has not worked, and why it has not worked. And we have come up with actionable resolutions or recommendations to inform the executive on what needs to be done next time as we are implementing commercialization of agriculture. Our President, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, guided us that there are 4 sectors driving Uganda's economy, of which commercialization is one of them. So we are looking at all intervention. We have already looked at them, interventions under commercialization. So this aspect is digging evidence of what has worked, what has not worked, and what needs to be done. Allow me to recognize Professor Nelson Zitsewa Kambo and Dr. Rona Muzimbi, among other researchers here with us, for their unrelenting efforts towards evidence generation and sharing. We really want to thank you so much for the good work you're doing. I commend the Uganda's Center for Rapid Evidence and Relevant Information in timely manner to support informed decision making. I applaud your every effort in trying to make a better world for us all through data, information, and research. I once again welcome you to this conference and the Pearl of Africa. I invite you all to take time off after the conference to enjoy the beauty of this country. We have so many national parks, about 10 of them. You can choose to go to one. We have historical sites. There's so many places you can go to after the conference. Feel free. Thank you so much. I declare the Evidence 2023 conference open for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I believe you have given us an additional push, for the next 3 days, but not the 3 days alone, to know that government appreciates what we do and actually makes use of it. I'm really proud to say we're beginning to see some of the fruits. My colleagues sometimes, I don't even think sometimes, I think many times we have sat in rooms wondering whether what we do makes a difference. Do they listen? Do they use the evidence? What are we even doing, But to give an example of Apex, Apex is something that we pushed with the director here for so many years. All through the COVID pandemic, we were trying to look at the evidence of how oversight can be done in the president's office. And 5 years later, we hear of a report coming out of a reform that came through evidence-informed decision-making. So I believe we have an example that can push us for the next 3 days. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I will re-echo the last words of get out there, see a piece of Uganda before you leave Uganda. Thank you so much, Madam Minister. We will have a break now, and we will return 15, 20 minutes. I'm looking for my...
We can continue. Let's just...
Is that what they're saying? Yeah? Okay. Apparently, we enjoyed the session so much that we took up all the time that was supposed to go to our break. So we will go straight into the next session. And I am happy to present to you one of the biggest champions of evidence in Africa. Many of you will already know her. Many of you will have bumped into her work. Many of you, especially in the evaluation field, will really know this name. Adeline Sibanda is a senior resident for Impact at MasterCard Foundation. Adeline has over 30 years of experience in strategy, program design, planning, monitoring, and evaluation. She's passionate about promoting the use of evaluative evidence with a decolonization lens in all policy processes. Adeline has worked in over 25 sub-Saharan African countries. So you understand when I say experience, right? Over 25 sub-Saharan African countries with civil society organizations, community-based organizations, governments, private sector, the UN has been, part of this portfolio, and very many other development partners. She's the past co-chair of Eval Partners, past president of the International Organization for Cooperation in Evaluation, and the past president of the African Evaluation Association. Adeline has been raising a lot of awareness and advocating for the Made in Africa evaluation. And I'm sure all of you know this one. It's an AFREA initiative promoting evaluation practice rooted in African contexts and priorities, as well as the South-to-South cooperation in evaluation, an initiative of 5 regional evaluation associations from the Global South. Do I need to convince you anymore? No. I'll stop right there and I'll invite Adeline to speak to us. You're very welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the kind words. Is my mic on? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, you can't hear me. I was preferring to use the handheld mic because I could move around. That way have to be switched off. I don't know which one is working now. Both are working. Okay. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Honorable Minister Beatrice Akelo Akori, Minister of State in the Office of the President for Economic Monitoring, the co-chairs of AEN, the organizing committee, and distinguished guests. It is such an honor to be here talking to you. In fact, my colleague reminded me how I got to this place, how I came to the Africa Evidence Network event. And it was very interesting because it was by mistake. In 2016, my colleague, Serge Eric, could not make it because he'd been invited to speak. And he said, "Oh, Adeline, since you are in South Africa, you can go ahead and represent me and speak on my behalf." And since then, it's been history. So that's how I came to become a member of Africa Evidence Network. So before I speak, I want to put a disclaimer. Yes, I am with the MasterCard Foundation, but I want to say that all the points that I'm going to present, all the views in my presentation are my own views. And they do not represent the MasterCard Foundation's views. My colleagues, Ayo and Sajilu, will be presenting and talking to what the MasterCard Foundation is doing. So all the questions that you have around MasterCard Foundation, direct them to them. Okay. All right. If I could have my slides up. Thank you. Okay, because I can't see, I'll also have my slide deck here. Okay. So this is the outline of my presentation so that you just know where I'm going. I will not go through each one of them. And I was really intrigued by the theme of this conference. And the theme of this conference is coming together to build a knowledge base for evidence-informed decision-making. When I heard the theme, I started thinking. Many questions came to me. I had so many questions and very few answers. And the questions were, are we really coming together? Who is coming together? Could we be missing some groups of people as we come together? And when you talk about a knowledge base, whose knowledge and by whom? And which types of knowledge do we value? And I guess this question has been answered by the opening ceremony and the minister around which type of knowledge should we value if we are not valuing it? How is the knowledge base gathered? And who gets to use that knowledge base? And lastly, but not least, what power structures govern the evidence ecosystem? I must say that I will not answer all these questions, but I'm hoping that during the course of these next 3 days, you'll get to answer some of these questions and get to discuss some of these questions that I have raised here. I want you to look at this picture and just speak to your neighbor and say, what do you see? Yeah, so tell them what you see. Not ask them the question. Tell them what you see. I'll give you a minute. Okay. I am sure you have your answers. I'm sure you have your answers. Maybe just a few hands. We don't need the mic. What are you seeing? And those who are online, I'm not forgetting you. Please just write in the chat, what do you see? Right? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So there's a crown, there's a bearded man. Who sees something different? Let me ask the side. Yes? You see a woman. Yeah? I'm sure we could go on and on and on, and we all see things differently. Right? I think that's the point I'm trying to make. We also see things differently. And we see things differently based on our past, our history, where we come from, our education, our experiences, and many things influence what we see. So, yeah, so our past is really important. And why is it important? It is important because our past has shaped who we are today and who we are becoming in the future. It also shapes our future. So there are many events in life that have shaped the way we think, our mindsets. What we see today, what we saw in that picture, and even our attitudes, our values, our traditions, and many, many things. Our work that we do is shaped by our past, by our influences. Various institutions have influenced how we think. And we can't ignore the impact that colonialism had on us. What we see, what we value, and what we call our truths, in inverted commas, are also shaped by colonialism, by our colonial past. And, I speak to colleagues and I talk about colonialism. They'll say, listen, that was in the past. That doesn't matter. Let's just talk about the present moment. But we cannot ignore our history. So the power asymmetries and inequalities in all facets of our lives are a direct result of our history. And so we need to interrogate those. They shape how we think, what we see, and what we do. So it is very important to interrogate that. Odora Hooper's one of my favorite writers, says that, talking about colonialism, because it's important to know why is it important that we still talk about colonialism today. She says that the first phase of colonialism was the colonization of the lands and physical spaces. And I know I would say in theory, most African countries have been liberated in terms of the physical spaces and the lands. And I'm saying in theory, and I'm sure you know why. The next phase was the colonization of the mind through education and other disciplines, the institutions that we relate with. So they also continue to play a role in coloniality, which we'll talk about more. Our education structure, our judiciary structure, they are all shaped based on whoever colonized that nation on the African continent. There are several effects of colonialism that we can talk about, but I'm just putting a few here. And one of those effects is we look down on African practices or African culture and African values. Anything African, we just look down upon it. We don't see value. We start asking, is it valid? Is it credible? All those words start coming in when you talk about anything African. Yeah? Even the language we use. I know when I was born, those many years ago, it was really the in thing to call your child an English name. So that's why I don't have a Shona name. At one time, I thought of changing my name, but it just was such a process. So our mindsets are shaped by our colonial past. The power asymmetries continue underpinned by what we call coloniality, which is the continuation of colonialism. So colonial power structures define the current systems. So as I said, the financial system, the market systems, and therefore, when we just go in and collect evidence and not interrogate the history within that sector that we are collecting evidence, we are missing a huge chunk of what makes that sector what it is and why it functions the way it functions. So it is important. So our mindsets or our worldviews have been influenced by and shaped by colonialism. So it's important that we really reflect around those effects of colonialism. Another quote, that's not a quote, but we need to challenge the power structures. So there are power relations that exist. And sometimes we go into a situation where we collect evidence and we don't realize that we are overbearing, and therefore whatever is coming out is actually our own views rather than the views of the communities or the people that we serve, that where we are collecting evidence. So just me, as my presence as an evidence producer, whether I'm a researcher or an evaluator, already there are power issues there. And you can already see that there was the one who's wielding power and the one who has no power at all. So the structures that define unequal power relations need to be challenged. So therefore, how do we relate with those people that we serve and the communities we serve? For us, we serve young men and women. How do we relate with them? Are there any power issues that we need to interrogate? We need to challenge the fact that we look at Western ideas and Western institutions as having greater value than our own. We therefore need to go through a process where we go through self-discovery, really discovering, who am I? What biases do I have? And what do I value? Do I value indigenous knowledge systems? Do I value our culture? Do I value the communities that we are working with? So it's very, very important. So I was reading just last week that actually the first education system was established in Africa, and actually was established in Egypt. But we hardly hear of that because of our history, because whatever developments took place then were erased, during colonialism. And it is important to reflect on our past wins and on our past knowledge production, our past ways of knowing, our past traditions. How can we bring them in? So the denigration and destruction of any practice of African culture or anything African has to be challenged. The current knowledge evidence production system needs to be challenged. I know very often we've assumed that the knowledge that we use or that we put out there is valid. I'll give you an example. So usually when I start a presentation, I always start with these risk trends that say this is how it is and we are going this way, and I will not say which report that is. But I was going to start with that as usual. And then I said, what am I presenting on? On evidence. Okay, let me just dig deeper. How was this data derived? Who collected it? And who responded to the data? What I saw is that 38% of the respondents, representing the whole world, 38% were from Europe. Only 12% were from Africa. And about 7%, I think, were from Asia. And I'm like, wow, this is one of the biggest populated continents. And how come? And then I also looked at who collected the data. And who were these people that were giving this information? And then I asked myself, so could I really stand there and say, this data represents the African continent? this data represents the majority of the African people who are mainly, in communal lands or who are not part of the elite. So those are the conversations I had with myself. And guess what? I deleted the slide because it was not valid. The data was not valid. And we could not say it is representative. Let me talk about decoloniality because that's my topic. Decoloniality of evidence. Just so that we know what we are talking about, I'll just read through one of my favorite authors, Ndlovu Gachane. He says, decolonization is the dismantling of physical occupation and direct colonization administration. However, this did not give rise to post-colonial world. African leaders today continue to manage and maintain the global system as they inherited it. They continue to manage it as it was without changing much. They only replaced the colonial rulers. That's why we find that our education system is problematic. Our judiciary systems are problematic, right? So decoloniality speaks to the deepening, widening of decolonization movements in spaces that experience the slave trade, imperialism, colonialism, apartheid, neocolonialism, and underdevelopment. So decoloniality is seen as an epistemological and political movement and as a necessary liberatory language. And this time, we are not liberating ourselves from people. We are liberating our own minds because we have really, our minds are colonized and we think in a colonial way. So we need to decolonize the worldviews, our own worldviews, the way we see things, what we value and what we do. So, Ngugi wa Thiong'o says, in Africa, the colonization of the mind still persists through our education systems, how we undervalue African traditions, cultures, and even ways of knowledge production. How do we produce our knowledge? I remember when I started talking about Made in Africa evaluation, I would be asked, is that way of collecting data valid? Is it reliable? I got all the words, that you could talk about. Validity. How do we, is it transferable? Can we generalize it? So all these words started coming because I had spoken about a Made in Africa evaluation. Whenever we talk about anything African, as I said, we undervalue it and we see it as if it will not produce the results we want and it will not be applicable. And yet we are talking about Africans, to Africans, for Africans. And so, how do we justify that? So, what is the problem then? I think there is a problem. So, this is adapted from Mujiba. She says most evaluations, and I would say research as well, in Africa today, is rooted in dominant Western approaches. And this presents two problems. The first is Western evaluations and research methods and approaches that we use, when used in Africa, may in fact lack the validity that we talk about. It may also lead to low quality products, wrong conclusions, and bad development outcomes or decisions. Western evaluations or research approaches may encourage subjugation of African culture through neo-imperialism and the colonization of the mind. Remember, I talked about how evaluators and researchers have power. When we go into a community and we just ask them, how much do you earn? Can you imagine if I came to you and asked you how much you earn? Will you just tell me that? But we expect them to tell me how much they earn without even winking our eyes. We expect them to say how much they earn. That is very personal. And we don't have a relationship. We just fly in and we just think, because I'm an evaluator, I'm a researcher, I have power. I can ask these questions and I must expect answers. Let's think through. How do we ever think of building relationships with the people where we're collecting data? Never mind feeding back or asking them what is it that they want out of whatever intervention or data collection process. Because they also have aspirations. They also have wants. And they would love to use the evidence that you produce, but most often we don't go back to tell them what we found out. I'm sure I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to other people. You all go back. So when we talk about decoloniality of evidence, as my topic says, decolonizing evidence production, or which is maybe research, evaluation, or synthesis, I'm going to include that there, must deal with the colonial systems that have shaped the global South. We need to deal with those systems. How are we collecting this evidence? What evidence are we valuing? And you'll find that I am reinforcing and repeating some of the things that I've said because I think repetition is good. It is about dealing with our education system, our mindsets, and what we value as evidence. I mean, I hear a lot of results that come or the presentations that are made. I don't seem to see where are these people where you've collected the evidence, who has collected the evidence, and where are the people that you are serving or you want to serve. It is about restructuring and reconstruction of the power relations in the way evidence production has been influenced and constructed. So we must interrogate the design of our research, the design of our evaluation, the conduct of it, and the knowledge production. It is about evidence producers recognizing and employing indigenous knowledge systems. And that was already said during the opening. Instead of looking down on indigenous knowledge systems, we must see how can we learn from them. Yes, I said learn from them, because we can learn a lot from the indigenous knowledge systems. The indigenous ways of being or indigenous realities, how can we learn from them and employ them in the way we do our work? The culture, the language. Am I going to insist that somebody who doesn't speak English must understand? Or, we speak in a language that they don't understand and force them, they can barely just speak English or French, but we still push that they speak the language. Already that is disempowering because they are not on level ground. They will answer one word, 2 words. Yeah? And in the indigenous ways of doing, such as values and traditions, what traditions are we valuing in our work? And how can we, if we are starting to do it, how can we do more of it? And how can we make those indigenous ways of knowing, indigenous knowledge systems, the dominant way of producing evidence? Because the people we serve are actually shaped by those cultures, by those traditions. They make meaning to them. So it's important that we employ those. So there's need to be consciously aware of the paradigms that underpin the entire knowledge production and evidence synthesis processes. It is important to reflect on the inclusivity of the worldviews. Whatever worldview we use, how inclusive is it? Or is it alienating others that could participate? So the ways of knowing and ways of perceiving reality of Africa are best articulated, as Chilisa would say, using a relational paradigm. As I said, if I just come in and I start asking questions and I'm a stranger within a community, within a space, you're not going to get the answers you want. And I know we've published many, many reports, and we call it the truth. But really, usually I find that there's a black box that does not get opened when you're a stranger asking all these questions. You're not going to get the right answers. They've become experts in responding to you. You want to give us funding, or there's an expectation that you may give us funding, we'll give you the answers you want. It's a transactional relationship because we don't know each other, so we might as well just make it like that. So it is important to just look at how we collect, produce evidence. I'm going to look at this, I call it an evidence ecosystem, but just to demonstrate, it's a work in progress, but just to demonstrate what I'm going to be really focusing on. So the focus really is on, we want to look at mainly evidence producers and evidence synthesizers. Very often we've been speaking about, policymakers must use evidence. Those foundations should use evidence. But we hardly self-reflect as evidence producers or evidence synthesizers to say, is the evidence that we are using, we are producing, appropriate, applicable, relevant, and is it collected in a transparent way? So today, the focus is really on evidence producers, and I'll call those who are doing primary research, evaluations, and those who are doing synthesis or systematic reviews as evidence producers. So from now on, I'm going to talk about evidence producers, and it encompasses all of them. So I'm going to go into some of these topics that will be covered during this conference, and just either ask questions or tell you, or just say my point of view. I have a point of view for everything, but I will not answer all my questions. But just to raise questions that you can start talking about as you go on to, into the sessions. So we are going to be talking about valuing evidence differently. So for me, the most important thing here is about shifting our paradigms that we use for evidence production. We also need to reconsider what we value as credible evidence sources. What do we value as credible evidence sources? It's important to look at that. There's also a need to question whether what we consider the so-called golden standard is so gold after all, and does not discriminate against people that we purport to serve. Are there other ways that we could collect evidence that can actually, or produce evidence that can actually be as reliable, as valid, or even more valid than what we call the golden standard? How do we ensure that we do not subjugate African cultures in the evidence production process? I'm sure you will be able to answer those questions in your sessions. Where do we place indigenous knowledge systems? Are we really giving it the prominence it deserves? Could we begin to place the African people and the African culture and the indigenous knowledge systems at the center? It is important. After all, we are working in Africa. And so how do we come up with Western ways or processes, and then we try and apply them without repackaging or adjusting them to be applicable to our continent? I think earlier on the minister spoke about how during the COVID pandemic, we were able to learn from some of the indigenous knowledge around health
And it really helped a lot to avert what could have been a catastrophe. When we look at equity and inclusion, which are really pivotal to the work that we do, and I asked those questions earlier on, could we be missing someone as some other groups? The Agenda 2063 emphasizes broad-based, inclusive, participatory, and systems approaches. And I would say that most of us don't talk about the Agenda 2063. That's how much we don't value African-grown agendas or strategies. We all know, we can all talk about the SDGs, Agenda 2030. We can say all the goals without even, stopping. But when we talk about Agenda 2063, have we ever really looked at it and say, what does it mean for me as an evidence producer? What are they trying to do? How could I contribute to achieving those goals that they've set? But I think one of the key important issues here is about inclusive, participatory, and systems approach. And it's not about bringing people together and they come into the room and we call it participation. It's about valuing their contribution, valuing what they bring on board, and I'll talk more about that soon. So systematic barriers in the evidence system need to be addressed. This includes our attitudes, policies, practices, traditions, and the language we use, as I mentioned earlier on, the values that discriminate certain groups from participating. I'm thinking about, we work with young men and women, people that are differently abled, people that are in hard-to-reach areas. How are we making sure we reach those people? I'll tell another story. I like telling stories. So I've got a young person that I mentor, and she was telling me that she's a communication specialist. They were trying to find out why in a certain village they were not pro child immunization. They called it pro because they'd already made up their mind that they don't want to be immunized. And so they said, come, the communication team, come, let's have a story. Let's tell the story. And then she tells me that they went to this place, and it was about a 5-hour journey by car. And then they had to leave the car and then walk. By the time they got there, it was night, and they had to sleep in the village. Remember, all the vaccines have to be kept cold. And so by the time they get there, the communities have gone back to their homes and they are tired. And therefore, there were two things here. The health professionals did not want to walk those long distances for 5 hours. That's number one. Number two, the communities didn't want to wait for a whole day for their children to be vaccinated. So she came back and said, you know what? We were writing the wrong things in our reports. We were saying the communities don't want their children vaccinated, which was a wrong assumption. So sometimes knowing exactly what is on the ground and really digging down and getting to participate and learn what is going on, you get to learn more. So barriers so entrenched that they may be unintended or unforeseen or unseen by those that do experience that experience. So for example, I may be an evidence producer, but I don't see certain barriers that I may have or certain biases that I may have that so I just don't see. The things I do, the things I say are based on the fact that I'm just blinded to my own mindset and my own paradigms. So it is important. So here reflexivity becomes very important. We need to interrogate our own biases, our own privileges. Am I seeing this with biased eyes? And what privileges am I coming from that may be shaping my worldview that I see or that I'm using as I collect this evidence? And so we talked about the importance of the voices of the communities. We talked about, important that young men and women participate and those who are differently abled. And so how do we ensure that we do not leave any group behind? It is important. We are also going to talk about localization. So the question I'm asking you is localization being used as a metaphor or a buzzword that is aimed at window dressing? What do we really mean when we talk about localization? So it is about shifting power and resources and ownership to local people, putting them at the center. Are we doing that? Or when we talk about localization, what are we talking about? I hope you'll be able to talk more about that. What is preventing the localization agenda within the evidence system? I would put it to you is the persisting power imbalances between the global north and the global south. Well, I'm sure you'll find out when you go into your sessions. You'll find out more. Why? What is preventing localization? What needs to be done to actualize this? As I said, our mindsets play a huge role in what we say, what we think, our values, our attitudes. I think we need to shift our mindsets. Another area which is important for you to talk about as you go out in your sessions is issues around power, voice, and agency. As I said earlier, knowledge production is a power issue. And power to influence theory and practice is very important. It's important to give agency and voice through addressing power asymmetries and inequalities to ensure credible, relevant research or evaluations that the process as well as the results. Knowledge production should include communities or the people we serve, and that is very important. And how are we doing that? We need to find solutions that do not alienate indigenous people and cultural practices, but complement them. So we need to be really, I'm hoping that by the end of these next 3 days, we are coming up with solutions. And maybe this is the last time we'll be pointing out on the problems. Let's come up with solutions. How do we address these power asymmetries? How do we give voice? How do we give agency? So we need to incorporate indigenous knowledge systems as values, culture, and we need to allow those we serve to set their own agendas. So evidence production process, including frameworks, should be restructured to avoid disempowering the indigenous people and once again strip them of their agency and dignity. So we need to really reflect around that. I never finish a discussion without Ubuntu. I really love the Ubuntu philosophy, which is really, it's a relational sort of philosophy. It's about I am what I am because of who we are. If we are relational and if we come together and if we are empathetic with the people that we are serving, we are caring, we are reciprocal, we cooperate, compassion, empathy, it is very easy to then involve them in what we do. Remember, relations matter within the African communities. It cannot be transactional. It has to be relational. Whatever we do, whatever work we do, must be relational. So how do we create those relationships? So that we don't leave them behind, so that we deal with the unequal power relations, so that there is equity. How do we deal with those? And I'm almost coming to the end. One of my other favorite writers is Professor Begele Chilisa. She's written a lot around research, around evaluation. And she speaks about an African relational paradigm. And could it be possible that as we do our evidence production, we use the African relational paradigm? Chilisa and others say they propose an African relational paradigm rooted in African worldviews. It is also a paradigm that incorporates the Ubuntu philosophies that I spoke about earlier. It is rooted in African philosophical assumptions of relational ontology, axiology, epistemology, and methodology. So the paradigm that is used is really looking at the African ways of knowing and at the African realities, at the African values, and that is important. It articulates the practices of the spirit of collectivism. And I could speak on and on about this, communalism and cooperation, but I see that my time is almost up. It also recognizes that indigenous people's interests, knowledge experiences, religions, cultural traditions, norms, language, metaphors, and indigenous knowledge systems, community stories. You know, I was so blessed with the opening today, which really brought that. When they started, it was a story that they were telling. I don't know whether you missed it, but it was a story. There are different ways of telling stories. So folklores, legends. When I grew up, my last story. When I grew up, my grandmother used to call us every night around the fire, where she would tell stories about the past, about where we came from and who we are. And these stories were passed from one generation to another. And they shaped who we were and who we are and who we are going to become. It was a way of passing on knowledge from one generation to another. And we valued that knowledge. I was telling my family the other day that my grandmother used to speak in many, she would tell a story, and then you were supposed to know what you're supposed to. She would reprimand you by telling a story. She would tell you how to do a chore by telling you a story. So the learning was so ingrained in you that you didn't forget how to do it when you remembered the story. So that's how knowledge was passed on from one generation to another. And that is very valuable. And I would urge you to explore some of these ways of collecting information. I know very often we bring in storytelling, but we are telling them about the evidence we collected. Or how could we make it such that we let them give us that evidence that they see as valuable, or information that we then turn into evidence that they see as valuable, and therefore build our knowledge base. I was reading through some of the evidence stories, and I think there are 3 that struck me on the AEN website, which were quite good evidence stories, because they were trying to address indigenous knowledge systems, they were trying to address storytelling, and it's really a good way to start. So now, as I come to an end, I want to challenge you. How are you going to change your practice as an evidence producer? Whether you are collecting primary evidence, whether it's evaluations or research. And as a synthesizer, what evidence do you value? are we missing any evidence that could actually revolutionize our practice? We need to reflect around that. So the future of the decoloniality of evidence, to truly speak of decoloniality of evidence, we should ensure that transparency, that means unbiased, accountability, inclusivity, practicality, and applicability of the knowledge production system or the whole process. So I leave that with you, and hopefully I've given you some points to ponder in the next 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Adeline. Such a difficult topic, right? And such difficult questions she's left us with, but challenged us. But by the end of the 3 days, we should have a few answers or ways forward. But I believe we also have a question or two for her. Might there be one? 2 people might be lucky within the few minutes that we have left. And this also includes our friends online. I'm not forgetting you. If you do have a question, please put it in the chat. Charity is somewhere, she'll pick it up. But I think we do have 1 or 2 questions in the room in the meantime. It could also be a comment. It could also be to affirm something she has said. It could be to question something. Let's see what we've got for Adeline. Yes, please. Mike. Trying to see where the other hand will be when we have this question.
Thank you very much, Adeline, for that insightful conversation and intriguing discussion this morning. I have a reflection and a question at the same time. Whereas indigenous knowledge is very important in the process of generating evidence-informed decision-making, how do we balance between using, especially community knowledge, without being extractive?
Okay, thank you very much. There's a question from my friend James on that side. We'll take those 2 first.
Thank you so much. What a talk.
I know.
Just so much in such a short time. Question. With all this ChatGPT and the rest, at home, back in Kenya, we call it infodemics. So much information overload. What's your comment about the future, the role of technology in decolonizing evidence?
Okay, is there something burning online? Nothing yet. All right. Adeline, some difficult questions again. And that sounds a lot like James, you know?
I'm laughing because I may not be the right person to ask that question, because if I become very, very blunt around it, you know, it's an opportunity and yet also a challenge. And I'm sure you all know about the opportunities. It means that we'll be able to produce data faster. We will be able to share the data faster. And it means we can, you know, bring more data sources together. But my challenge is, how was that data produced? Who contributed to that data production? And maybe something less negative, how can we make sure that the right data that is representative of our communities and the people we serve also makes it to ChatGPT? Because I believe the current data represents a certain group of people that is on the internet or within the ChatGPT. And also, we can also ask about the accuracy. So I have also attempted to use ChatGPT. And I've also seen that there are certain things that may not be accurate. And so we also need to be aware of our sources that we use. So I'll leave it at there, and I'm hoping that you'll be able to discuss it in your sessions. But it's very, very important. We don't want to be left behind, but we should also just be very, very aware of some of the challenges. In terms of reflection around not being extractive, I think it's very important to ensure that we don't just go and take out information. Number one, I think it's important to know that the communities are not frozen in time, and we are the ones that are coming to save them. So we are not their saviors. So that is very important. So we need to also know what is it that they want out of the information that we are collecting, out of the data that we are collecting. How would they want to use it? And how would they want it presented? How do they want it presented? So that's one. And I think it's important to also look at how they would propose that you collect the data and how do you report back, because they will also want to use it. And very often we assume that they don't need the data. They don't need the information we're collecting. And how could we make communities own the data? I was speaking to some colleague in Fiji, and she said we came up with an indigenous framework on evaluation. And I said, can I see it? Is it possible that you can share? You know what she said to me? She said, I need to seek for permission from the community holders that are holding the database. When they agree, I'll share with you. And I respected that. So we need to see how can we make the communities in charge of their own data. And I actually must also acknowledge my colleague Connor this morning. We were speaking about that this morning, about making sure that we are not extractive in the way we deal with data. So yeah, maybe my response is shaped by that discussion as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Adeline. Those were the lucky two, but Adeline she has a session later this afternoon. So if you still have something burning, you could slip into that session. So make sure you
Tomorrow.
go to, is it tomorrow? Tomorrow. So make sure you find where she is if you still have something burning, but you could also find her at dinner and make her dinner a bit, So thank you so much. We'll take a break. And I think our guest of honor will be leaving for other duties, but we do thank her very much for joining us. And I'm sure she's gone away also with a bit of, of us. She knows what we do. She has taken more information about who we are, and she will continue to engage with us. We thank you for making the time to be with us. So let's take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes to complete this, and then we'll take a longer break after that. Thank you so much. And thank you, Adeline. Okay, cool. Yes. Make sure you go places.
So professional. How much I'm gonna cook with? You can visit your own pizza. Jagala to cut the wing. I is a quite a tia. Ooh, what if you got gali? Kalia, better Jagala to cut the wing. I is a quite a tia. Tugende muchachi, wafuke my baby. We're too lokakane, you're the one that I've been looking for. To kendemu chachi, awful my baby. We're too lokakane, you're the one that I've been looking for. Can't go and better tongana. Sisa butambira ngomwana. Labo ya fedala ya kusabira. Tuvenga tetwawukana. Binabinina kwa bisana. I want you more than that. I wanna be the father. Tugende muchachi. Ofuke my baby. We're too look at the name, you're the one that I've been looking for. Tugende muchachi. Ofuke my baby. We're too look at the name, you're the one that I've been looking for. Tugende muchachi. Ofuke my baby. We're too look at the name, you're the one that I've been looking for. Tugende muchachi. Ofuke my baby. We're too look at the name, you're the one. Oh, love, love, love. One. What if I couldn't speak? What if I couldn't eat? What if I couldn't move? Will you still love me? What if my body aches and always it makes you late? What if I couldn't wait? Would you love me when it's hard and the lights falling apart? If the things that we was new are long gone, if the blue skies are so gray and the memory fades away, and the memory fades away, will you still love me? Would you love me when it's hard and the lights falling apart? If the things that we was new are long gone, if the blue sky starts to gray and the memory fades away, and the memory fades away, will you still love me? Will you still love me? Will you still love me? But girl, you are nice. Contact them ukasunda basi. Oli wa bait, oli wa lies. Uletele Gucci over Versace. Oli quality, toli muchumpune joba over China. Kasusu kali quality. Wabulon chamula. Wakala nyowela undi mumusai. Wanta muzalu jegere kukagali. Olusi tunanene muzatino zani. You brighten my day. Ulilo chamula mukwano inside. You come my way. Ulilo sembera pumi. Ulilo inside. So let me wire away. Sakala kumanya my things alright. Wangana kukusalale. No lose. Tula nene uzazani. Ayakalo mulunjinga kwe. Engele chiwato chucho wechikonda. Neva zakatande ea mutonda. You brighten my day. Mulilo tamulo chamula pokwando inside. You come my way. Mulilo sembera muli. It's alright. Tell me why I want. Yes, I can akumanya one. It's alright. Njagala nnyo okubeera woli. N'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli. Njagala nnyo okubeerawo woli. N'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli. Mpagadde nga munoonya. Sirina sanyusango no mwana atoka amunyikavu buli kiseera n'omutima tegweyagala naye okuva we namufuna yansula ku mwoyo okuva we namulaba njagala nnyo okubeerawo woli. N'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli. Njagala nnyo okubeerawo woli. N'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli. Atoba, yeah. Atoba. Atoba, oh Lord, Atoba. Naye kufa wena mufuna yansula ku mwoyo okufa wena mulaba kw'essanyu lyange njagala nnyo okubeerawo woli. N'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli. Njagala nnyo okubeerawo woli. N'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli. Baby togufuula muze Yonkola bisaza mise wakanjagala nakeyagala kwanteka mu mbeera wongana sisobola kukyebera afasadi nkuloka inse nkuloka baby tongana nkuloka afazali nkuloka inse nkuloka baby tongana nkuloka etakolielina lya mususa ninga edilisa mususa echuchiwakalama kechuchuchusa Ewe changa changa baby tula Chakala tusine mutokot Chakala tusine mutokot Tula wansibera hambo Ochimanyete bangana Afasa inkuloka Inse inkuloka Kuloka, baby Tongana. I don't drink coffee, I take tea, my dear. I like my bed done one by side. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. I'm an Englishman in New York. See me walking down the Fifth Avenue. I'm walking cranny by my side. I take it everywhere I walk. I'm an Englishman in New York. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Just a little tenderness at the end of the day. So long, woman, need take her fears away. Hey, no, no, no. Oh, I love you, I love you, I love you, no. Cold, cold, the words so cold. Me want someone, me have and feel whole. The other night when the feelings are right, lock me up, squeeze me up, make me feel right. Forget the problems, everybody have them tonight. Features in my heart, just wanna lay with you. In the island, in the sea of confusion. Just a little tenderness at the end of the day. So long, woman, need take her fears away. Just a little tenderness when the lights down low. So need just two people, two people, two people. Davidawa, oh we done di. Oh we sidi de wano, never no man have your binti. Chenku sabanyabo, onyibide oyimba. Ulanga kwe oyimba, never no man ebulukelo. Edo wozidio, yagala uchi. Enyimba What's how we do since the what's how we do ever so deep. What's how we do since the I do what to sing good ever I do for my woko. What shall we do since the job? Yeah, so deep. What shall we do since the job? Jerome, I want you to love me. Jerome, baby. Jerome. Kill out there. Why you know they call me? Kill out there, baby. Kill out there, Jerome. I take if you're sick and home. Why you know they call me home? I give a green light to tire. I think if you're sick and know why you know they call me up. I give you red light to
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's settle down so that we can start session 3. Thank you very much for joining our session. My name is Sisi Wenwabe. I'm going to be chairing this session. So we're really excited to have this session today. I'm sure from the previous speaker, I think this is sort of a build-up to show that, what a better way to celebrate the AEN as they turn 11 years this year, to sort of unpack and understand why relationships are important. And I think also, before we begin this session, I just want to highlight a few things. Evidence and evaluations in Africa need to have a gender and equity lens, because that is really important. And also, we have a few female leaders that are going to be speaking to us during this session. This is an all-female panel of amazing individuals that are experienced and in the idea. And also, women's voices often go unheard or under, valued in terms of the opinions that they share. And now these panelists, because they are established and have experience and expertise. So I hope you're looking forward to the discussions that we are going to have with them this afternoon. Okay. Sorry, there's a malfunction with this one. Must I take it out so that it doesn't disturb my groove? Okay, for this session, because it's a celebration for the Africa Evidence Network and why relationships matter, we are going to take this opportunity to share an 8-minute video with you of the journey of the AEN. So enjoy this video before we delve into the discussions that brought us together with this panel. Are we struggling to get the video? Okay. We'll look at the video later on as you find the video, because the 8-minute video that is celebrating the journey of the Africa Evidence Network. Without wasting any time, I would like to, I'm not going to use the traditional way of doing things, reading my panelists' bio. So I would like them to introduce themselves and share one short story that illustrates why relationships matter to them. So that's really important to hear their stories just in the beginning of this discussion. So I think I'll start from this side to allow Rona to settle down, not to ask her to share first. Ruth?
Thank you very much, Sisiwe, and congratulations to Rona. Take a breath. I'm sharing the stage with some of my heroes today, and it's such a privilege. My name's Ruth Stewart. I had the good luck of being at the very first gathering of the Africa Evidence Network 11 years ago. And I wanted to tell you a story about climbing trees. Did anyone else climb trees when they were children? Oh, yeah, people are nodding here. I had a favorite mango tree and a favorite branch at the top, and none of my siblings or friends were allowed on that branch. And I thought I was very clever because I could climb to the highest branch and nobody else could get higher than me. But I realized after a while that climbing to the highest branch on the tree was a bit lonely. And my sisters and all the other neighborhood friends would have cookies and sweets and juice at the bottom of the tree. And I would try and persuade them to throw me a snack, but I wasn't willing to give up my branch at the top of the tree. And I would go to bed sulking. And fast forward 20 years, and I started to slip into that same error in the early stages of my career. I thought I was really clever. I had a degree from a really fancy university, and I thought I knew everything. I could climb to the top of my tree and be brilliant. But can I tell you, it's really lonely at the top of the tree. And fortunately, lots of wise people around me pointed out that I was missing out on the cookies, I wasn't making friends, and I wasn't achieving anything apart from being at the top of the tree on my favorite branch. And I learned the hard way that we need to come down from our trees and make friends with one another. We need to professionally build partnerships and learn together. And success is no longer, in my mind, being at the top. In fact, it's about being at the bottom of the tree and learning to learn from one another and share. So that's my little story about why relationships matter to me, and something about my favorite childhood activity in the mango tree. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much, Ruth, for that story. Maybe we can go to you, Rosetti.
Thank you very much. Hello. Rosette Nabumba Naenga is my name, and I am serving as the president of the African Evaluation Association. In March 2024, I invite you to Rwanda, Kigali, for the 11th Africa Conference, and I'll vacate this seat. And I would love to have someone who is strong enough to come and sit in the seat and take AFREA forward. I work in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in this country. Thank you very much, Ruth. That was interesting, that tree. I would like to talk about relationships in a different way, that relationships will work if they are nurtured over a longer period. Usually, short-term relationships don't deliver the objectives we need. And unfortunately, in Africa, there are few people who actually come to have long-term relationships with us. So we have to work very hard to nurture relationships. And before we go to look for partners outside, I think relationships starts internally. If you are not at peace in an organization, you cannot deliver. So where I'm sitting in AFREA, if my board is not working and my secretariat is not working, if the relationship is not good, you cannot actually convince anyone else to partner with you from the outside. So it starts with that, and it requires that as we start on the journey of partnership, we must have strong commitment of the leaders that choose to actually be part of the organizations. I want to also mention that, and bring my short story, that these relationships require core values of trust, respect for one another, stewardship, good stewardship of resources, and acceptance of rewards and liabilities. And I'll give you an example. In AFREA, in 2017, Adeline, and I'm glad she was here, was the president then. And she brokered this relationship with the United States Department of State, the Bureau of Democracy. And we got this project, which was about $500,000. And we are supposed to deliver research made in Africa in 5 countries. I took that on, and we were only able to do 2 because the packaging was not right of this project. And, but the USDS recognized the importance of our relations and said, please use the money to do what you actually want to do. So because of trust and respect, we have done other things. And now we have brokered a second relationship with the American Evaluation Association. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rossetti, for giving us that bit of background and your story. Marie, your story.
Thank you, and just checking, is this on? Do you hear me fine? Yes, okay, excellent. So let me start by saying what an honor it is to be on this panel with such amazing leaders in the evidence to policy space. And I'd say it's not a coincidence. It is because I know, and 3IE knows several of the panelists from before, and that we're part of a network that can be traced back 15 years to people, to events. So thank you for inviting me. I'd also like to reflect and take a moment to reflect on what the COVID experience meant for relationships and partnerships. And you know, while the urgency of the situation led to some swift formation of new partnerships, evidence alliances and the like, I think many of us felt that it became harder to expand our networks, maybe also even to retain the networks that we had. And for many of you, I think there are quite a few young new faces in the room, and you may have started your professional lives during this time. And you must have felt this issue the most acutely. And so I'm really hoping that you'll take this moment, being many of us in person and missing some of you online, but really to sort of help, you know, and build those networks. They're so important. So I didn't say who I was. My name is Marie Garder. I'm the executive director for 3IE and also co-chair for the International Development Coordinating Group of the Campbell Collaboration. But right now, and we'll talk more about that later, right now I just want to say more like who am I as a person? And I would say two things. I'm an introvert and an impatient woman. And I have a passion. I have a passion for improving evidence use in development. And I have had to learn, and I'm continuing to learn lessons, some of it very much the hard way, about relationships in order actually to be able to fulfill my and my organization's mission. And so let me mention just 3 lessons or sort of insights I have come to. And please do laugh at all of them. I've been very, very ignorant. So I sincerely thought for the longest time that evidence speaks for itself and that who delivers it should not matter. And we've had a nice session already talking about how that is terribly wrong, probably. And I thought that when people got to hear this clear evidence, and they would just know what to do, they would run with it, and they would, we would all be trying to improve the world with this evidence. Now, how wrong could I be, right? Yeah. And of course, the extent to which disinformation has taken a hold in societies through social media should be, of course, a wake-up call. So the reality is this: the messenger matters, the delivery matters, relationships matter, and of course, incentives matter. And so in order to increase your chance of contributing to change, you basically need to use all those and pull all those levers through partnerships. The other thing I thought when I was younger is that being right was important, and also letting others know I was right. Again, I've learned my lesson, and I didn't find an African proverb, but I found another nice saying that goes like this: immature people always want to win an argument, even at the cost of a relationship. And mature people understand that it's always better to lose an argument and win a relationship. And finally, I also thought, naively, that asking for advice was a sign of weakness. And in fact, and there's now ample scientific evidence to show this, people get happy when they get to give, not when they take. And so some of the best relationships I built during the years are those where I have asked for favors, where I've asked for advice, asked for inputs. And it's also some of the best advice and inputs I have gotten. And in fact, a manager colleague of mine at the World Bank at some point actually summed it up in one sentence. Just remember, Marie, everyone wants to be needed and loved. Yeah. And it's amazing advice that I've taken with me. So to sum this up, the lessons that I've learned is really the importance of investing in relationships, both as important in order to be happy and function as a human, but also in order to actually achieve what we all are trying to achieve together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go over to Rona to share her story about why relationships matter and introduce herself again. But I think everyone knows her already, but just to reintroduce yourself again.
I don't think this is working.
No.
Can you hear me now? I'll just use that for a bit as I get started.
Thank you very much. My name is Rona Mijumbi. I wear so many hats, but I think what is really relevant for today, I am the founding director at the Center for Rapid Evidence Synthesis, which we mentioned earlier as your local host, and make use of them. They are dressed a certain way, you'll see them. Make use of them. I also work with the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine and with their affiliate, the Malawi Liverpool Welcome Program in Blantyre, Malawi, heading the policy unit. And I was also very, very privileged to take over from Ruth, working alongside Siziwe as the co-chair, as the current co-chair of the AEN.
But my journey has been long, with evidence, and it's a journey that I'm very proud of. Lots of stories, and I think all my stories are really wrapped around relationships. Having started off almost as a one-man army, with the work that I was doing around rapid evidence synthesis and things like that. But over the 10 or 13 years now, it's really been relationships. And I wish I could talk about each one of them. I have a relationship with people on this stage. But the one thing that I can say, it sounds good when we talk about relationships, and I think we should all be garnering for that. But as a person, so I am an extroverted introvert. Yeah? I hope you've bumped into those definitions of them. I am an introvert. It's okay for me to spend 4 days just chilling out on my own, doing nothing, But then I'm okay with company, But the thing with extroverted introverts is that you get tired at some point. Not really tired, you run out of the steam that takes you through that time, and you need to recharge. You're not like the extrovert who can go non-stop, okay? So you run out of steam. Now, the most important thing for a person like that is to know when you are out of steam and to know what really takes the steam out of you. Now, that's the same thing for relationships beyond the personal relationship. Even when we make relationships in this evidence world, I think at the end of the day, we have to realize that we are, or should be, extroverted introverts. I don't think that you can go non-stop. You need the time to go back and reflect as an organization, as a single person leading an organization. You need that time to step back and see what it is that's happening with this relationship, what you need to do with it, what needs, sort of resetting. You do need that. And if you don't, you're bound to run out of steam, or they are bound to run out of steam for you, okay? Because what happens with relationships is that it starts with you. You've got to know who you are to be able to offer. And that also means that not every relationship will be right for you, okay? In this space, and especially in our setting, we get a lot of invites to relationships. And because we have a lot of need, especially resource need, it's always looking exciting. Oh, we shall learn this, we shall get monies for this, we shall get the capacity for this, we'll be able to do this. And so we tend to jump in, at every invite. And then somewhere along the way, you begin to get uncomfortable, but you're not too sure how to get out of it. And then, it's going, it's not going, you're giving more than you planned to. You're not even sure what you're giving. Okay, so it starts with you. You've got to know who you are and what you can offer. And so you will know when a relationship comes and maybe it's not for you, okay? And that takes me to the next point. And all of this I have learned more in my adult life, and a lot of it I wish I knew earlier, okay? So it takes me to my next point of, it's so important to be genuine in your relationships. They don't have to be just the personal relationships. We try so hard in our personal relationships, but when it comes to work, we sort of, we create some sort of profile and see how it will go. It doesn't matter so much to us, the whole genuine thing. But I will tell you that it's so important to be genuine in these relationships. Let the people who work with you be sure that when I'm dealing with Ruth, I know what I'm getting. What I see is what I get. It's so important. Learn how to also say no. Okay, it's a difficult one, and I think, one of my very first boss when I was doing, evidence to policy work, has even published, I think, 2 publications about how to say no. We tend to want to give, to want to be good, to want to, and it becomes a bit difficult to say no when you want to say no.
and then you stretch yourself out too thin, you say yes to everything, and then you can't deliver. And then the question is, was she as good as she said she was, you know? And it's not actually about you not being good, but you just can't give everything. So I think mine is more of caution, yeah? And also to say, you've got to be in the right place before you get into a relationship. And that right place means knowing yourself and being ready with what you can offer, and also knowing what you can't offer. I think I'll stop there for now.
Thank you very much, Rona. And I think you've seen that they've started somewhere, climbing trees, not knowing that it's cold up there by yourself, trying to be liked as young people, trying to accept all relationships that are available. So I think those are some of the lessons that they've learned, and they've come to this point now. And I think our second question will delve into it a bit more to say, you know, each of them can share how the AEN and or your organization's commitment to relationship building has changed the landscape of evidence use in Africa or in the continent. And also please feel free to sort of interact with each other's responses and enrich the discussions even more, or challenge each other in this discussion. So I think for this question, I would like to start with you, Marie, to share your insights on this one.
Okay, thank you. So 3IE as an organization has always been what I would call a connector or a network weaver. I was thinking of spider, but that sounds negative, so I'm not going to go there. In the early days, when we were more of a grants management organization, especially in the impact evaluation space. And what we would do then was to connect grantees with funders, policymakers with researchers, funders with funders. In fact, one of our earliest policy windows in which we connected important government programs that needed evaluation with researchers and evaluators was here in Uganda, in collaboration with the Office of the Prime Minister. 15 years on, so this was 15 years ago, 50 years on, we continue to be a connector, and we benefit from those 15 years of having created and learned from and built networks. However, the landscape has changed, and so has 3IE's approach. So we now have a much more what they call a holistic approach in which we work with governments and development institutions very much as a long-term partner to help them meet their evidence needs and to support them on their journeys to institutionalize evidence use in their institutions. And we do so explicitly through partnerships in all our programs. And we are very clear now about the fact that we do not have all the required skill sets in all the approaches that may be required. We also do not have the right networks, the right contextualized understanding, and that we can and have to and should draw upon all our partnerships. And so we are committed to making strong complementary partnerships basically our way of working. Now, 3IE has been associated with Africa Evidence Network since its inception, we're proud to say. The network was founded in 3IE's Colloquium of Systematic Reviews in International Development in Dhaka, Bangladesh, in December 2012. So 3IE played a role in the birth of this amazing and important network. But at the time, there was no other network explicitly focusing on EIDN, which you've all heard today what it means several times in the intro. And so congratulations to Ruth again for having had the vision to create this and the stamina to get to where we are today. It's fantastic. 3IE is also partnered earlier on with AFREA. Our inaugural conference had 700 attendees in 2009 in Cairo. And at that time, what I recall, it was that the discussion and the landscape was very different. It was very polarized. There was sort of almost a methods war out there. and a lot of straw men being thrown out into the discussions. And so I would say this has fortunately changed over time. I think the field, we have grown up a bit. I love, a lot of what Adeline said, that there's still a lot of way to go, but I think we are much more on a mutual listening mode than we were at the time. A key topic that we brought to and learned more about in subsequent AEN conferences, we've been to all of them ever since the creation of the network. We delved into this issue of uptake and use of research evidence, and the importance of networks and incentives to really drive this forward. And so 3IE has developed tools, among others, to verify claims about research influence. These are called contribution tracing, and we've started assembling these verified evidence use stories in a portal. And so I'd like for my colleagues Durgadas and Tanvi to stand up, just so people who want to know more about this can go and talk to them, and they can show you the portal. Thank you. Now, one of the lessons we have learned is that decision makers and evaluators do not always know what evidence they need to inform what decisions. And we can talk about evidence in abstract, but very different types of evidence are needed for different decision points. And so one of the things we have developed recently, as come out of these discussions we've had, among others, at AEN conferences and other places, is a tool, a sort of menu of services that tells you, is focused on questions, and then for this question, here's the kind of method you would need. This would be the source of a possible source of evidence. And so this tool, the menu of services, is something that we think will be useful. And I'd like my colleague Thomas Kelly, could you stand up so people can see you? He joined us recently as Director of Evidence to Policy and Learning, and he can tell you more about this tool and how to find it. I think there's a QR code somewhere. And then he's showing something. 3IE is also known, I hope many of you have heard about our evidence gap maps, which are in 3IE innovation, an invention really. And we've led many sessions at the Africa Evidence Network conferences on how to make these and use these, what are they good for. And so I'd like to, again, just showing everybody who my team are so that you know who to reach out to. For Birta Snilstad and Etienne Mwamba to stand up. If you want to know more about anything to do with synthesis and evidence gap maps, including our Africa evidence map, please reach out to them. And over time, these EGMs have been a tool that we have both further developed and that has been taken up by many of you probably in this room, and we have learned from your use and development again of these maps. So it's like an iterative learning that has been going on over the years, and it's fantastic to see how this tool has been taken up. Particularly, we worked a lot with ACE and more recently SACE in close collaboration in developing evidence gap maps and other rapid synthesis products. And just to mention a few themes that I think are particularly of relevance to the problems of today that we have recently developed maps in. There are now evidence maps on things like democratic backsliding, democracy, human rights, governance, disinformation. These are the kind of maps where we draw, what do we know from effectiveness and evidence on what works to address these issues, and where are the research gaps. Through our partnerships with Clear EAA, we assisted the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation of the Government of South Africa with their national evaluation policy and establishing their impact evaluation guidelines. We've also worked in close partnership with the West African Development Bank, BOAD, on a variety of initiatives and helping them institutionalize the use of evidence. We also have a West Africa capacity building and impact evaluation program, and we have many colleagues that are related to that program here present. It has been supported mainly by the Hewlett Foundation, but also importantly by BOAD itself and also the West Africa and Economic and Monetary Union. And it's a regional initiative that promotes the institutionalization of evaluation in national and local level government systems across 8 countries in Francophone West Africa. And in WASI, how we operate is really that it is demand-driven by policymakers and their advisors. What kind of questions do they have that are urgent, and what can we do to help respond to those quickly, either by rapid evidence synthesis or by evaluations. Now, we also, in WASI, we've also worked closely with ASED. I believe ASED is also represented here. And include some of the things that we've developed in partnership are easy-to-use guide on using evidence for decision makers at various stages of a project. Now, so basically, just to sum up, 3IE has been able to contribute to and benefit from a much richer and professionalized evaluation and evidence broker network in Africa. And our new strategy is focused on further deepening our regional focus, both in Africa and South Asia, and really doing so with and through partnerships. So looking forward to our further discussions over the next days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie. I think you can see how Marie demonstrated how they invested in relationships at 3IE. So as they celebrate 15 years, you can see there are so many milestones that they are sharing, lessons that they've learned in making sure that they build sustainable relationships to grow the work that they are doing. So I'll go over to Ruth to also share how she has committed to building our relationships. Maybe before Ruth speaks, can I ask at the back to be prepared to play the video towards the end of the session so that we're able to share that journey as well.
Thank you very much, Siziwe, and thank you to Marie and the support of 3IE to the network over a very long period of time. Somebody once asked me, how do I think that AN contributes to the ecosystem, the evidence ecosystem in Africa? What can we do to deepen, institutionalize, and shape the systems for evidence? And I think relationships are at the core of that. And I think it's the relationships, your ecosystem, and you are part of the ecosystem. We are the evidence ecosystem in Africa. And so we need to think about how we can form meaningful relationships that have a long-lasting impact on our continent and the work that we do. And it's easy to say, let's be friends, right? And to build a one-to-one relationship. But it's much harder to think about how to deepen those into team relationships and organizational relationships. And more than that, relationships that will survive disagreements, conflict, and difficulty, and that survive when individuals leave. And Rona, I never asked if I could tell this story. I apologize. Can I tell you a story about you and me? Okay. Rona and I mostly became colleagues and friends because at different times one of us was feeling ill.
Yeah.
And so we covered for each other. So I would get a message from Rona saying, I feel really ill, but I can't tell my boss. Cover for me at the dinner, please. And I did many similar things where I would say, Rona, you need to chair this session. I feel really ill. And because we were asking for help and we had things in common that were nothing to do with our work, we built a relationship of trust. Now, we could have left it there and been great friends. Our children greet each other online, you know, when they come and wave on the screen, yeah. But that's not going to change or build the Africa evidence ecosystem. And we have built relationships between our teams and relationships that continue when we're not there and relationships that continue across the Africa Evidence Network and that move from being individual relationships to team relationships and even contractual relationships sometimes and relationships that survive without us. So when we think about how the Africa Evidence Network makes an impact across the evidence work that we're doing, I would really point to that it's about making a friend, and then it's about taking that friendship to something meaningful and collaborative and productive, and building the trust that means that even when you don't agree on something, you have the courage to share what's gone wrong. Rona has always laughed at us because those of us in South Africa thought we knew how to do rapid response. And we went to a peer learning workshop with Rona's team. And I think you said that, like, for the first 30 minutes, all we did was tell you what went wrong. We tried, it went wrong, this went wrong, this went wrong, this went wrong. And you were generous enough to support us in working out how to make sure it didn't go wrong the next time. So these relationships can go back many years. They require trust. They require that genuine self that you were talking about, not just genuine self of who we are as individuals, but who we are in our teams and what's good, what's gone well and what's gone badly, and a willingness to share. And I'm very excited that across the Africa Evidence Network, it's not just 5,000 individuals, but it's hundreds of organizations. And that we are now moving to a phase where we're beginning to build really strong relationships between our teams. And I think that's really exciting for the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ruth, for those insights. I think Rona has the mic.
Okay.
Let's use it.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think when you ask the question, how have our organizations kind of shaped the ecosystem, I was actually thinking, for us, it's the other way around, how the ecosystem has actually shaped us. Because when you look back, we started off with a mission. We knew what we wanted to do. We wanted to provide evidence in a timely manner, you know, for decisions that were going to come from policymakers. We knew, you know, we had a very good model. We knew the capacities that we needed. And then very, very quickly, I remember within, you know, less than a few months, we were when we presented our first, so it started as a pilot. And when we presented our results after 6 months, you know, there was this immediate interest. Like, okay, how do you do that? You know, because just before we started the work, there was, again, work that had been commissioned by the World Health Organization that actually showed that what we were trying to do doesn't work, you know? And so we were only given 6 months to prove the concept, or, you know, we'll just continue with what was already known, that it doesn't work. So after 6 months, we were able to, you know, show something different, and so there was interest. And the very first thing I remember was, will you host a team and show them what you do? That wasn't part of the plan. We were supposed to do our things, you know, like good researchers, scientists. You sit in your little box, churn out something, send it to where it was supposed to go. Now, this is about bringing us people. What do we do with that? There was no plan for that. But they also didn't speak English, okay? So how is this even supposed to work, okay? But we said yes, and we hosted a team from Burkina Faso, Ministry of Health, trying to build capacity like on the job. So we are receiving questions from the Ministry of Health in Burkina Faso. They're in French. They tell us what needs to be done. We do it in English. We translate. They send it back. You know, so it went on that way for a while. Very quickly, next was Cameroon, Zambia, you know, and we quickly had to rethink, you know, our strategy and what we had planned to do. But this is not on an additional budget, okay? So you're kind of reshaping. And again, you have the choice of saying, I don't have a budget for it. so we can't do it. Or we don't speak English, so we're not too sure how we're going to take care of these people who are coming. So you have those choices. But very quickly, we also got interest beyond Africa. We were speaking to friends in Latin America, in Eastern Europe, and things were going from one place to another. I could tell a longer story, but I think what I'm coming to is that where we are, we might say we have contributed, and I could talk about some of our contributions, but I think the ecosystem has also contributed to our growth. We could have stayed that, model that we had built and said, this is what we want to do, okay? All we do is to provide the evidence. We don't do this other stuff. We didn't plan for it. But I think the ecosystem has shaped us to actually realize where the need is. So the need was, yes, with the policymakers, they need evidence. The evidence is not coming through as fast. But we also realize the need for the capacities to do this. And if we choose to run the rest alone, and we have colleagues who would like to do this, but we don't have space for them, we could have stayed, that same person or that same group, that same model, and I guess we would still have had work to do. But the ecosystem has shown us what is valuable, and I think looking back now, we appreciate who we are, We've formulated lots of relationships out of stuff like that, lots and lots of relationships, which we have gained from as well. I could walk into Burkina Faso now, and my room, I do have a room at the Ministry of Health, just out of a relationship like that. I think I could get citizenship very easily in South Africa, yeah? Am I stretching it a little too? Yeah? But I think there's lots of stuff that we have gained as an organization, lots of relationships that we are riding on to build our own capacity. And so the ecosystem has shaped us as well. But we have also, maybe what we have come with then to the field is a lot of lesson sharing and building capacity and, innovating or putting our foot out where everybody thinks, are you sure of what you're doing, We've been brave enough to put our foot out there, not once, not twice, and tested a few things. And then these have become a model that people have, gone out, modified in their own way, but at least it proves the concept and people are able to go out there and start on that. Lots of work around rapid evidence synthesis, lots of work around citizen panels, lots of work around pictorial evidence, for what did we call them? Unempowered populations, okay? So a lot of the evidence synthesis has depended on people being able to read and write. And, there's that gap in what do you do with people who have to make decisions, but they can't read your nice synthesis, they can't read your policy briefs, but they also, are unable to come and interact, in dialogues or panels. So testing out with pictorial evidence. And so we have brought that, and people have, picked up the model, tested it, come back, critiqued what we have done, but very friendly critiquing that has helped us also build ourselves and done a really good job. And, the building of capacity, I think we're so proud of that. Just being able to host, other evidence brokers. We don't have the answers, they come, we make the mistakes together, we learn together, teams go away, they come back. There are particular countries that we've hosted more than 3 times, 3 different groups, but then they also host us. We do a lesson sharing. Every year, before the pandemic disorganized us, but we're getting back on track. We had this lesson sharing with ACE, and other stakeholders in South Africa. And it's not that you've come to share answers, but to interrogate, methods, interrogate how things are done in your context, in their context. And there's a lot that we have learned from that space as well. So I think, much as we might have brought something, we do appreciate how much the ecosystem has formulated and modified what we see today as the Center for Rapid Evidence Synthesis. There's no way we would have been what we are without,
that consideration of what's happening around us.
Thank you very much, Rona. Rossetti?
Thank you very much, Rona. You said it's difficult, rather to sometimes not every relationship is ours.
Yes.
We should say no. Sometimes you are in a tight corner and you have nothing to start with, but you need work to be done. And therefore, sometimes what we do is to make sure that you look for the good in a partner and in a relationship. What is good inside there? Because sometimes we've met instances where when you say no to one relationship, the noise goes and everybody says, she said no, don't go there. So everybody says no, and then you have nobody to work with. So in brand development, sometimes we have to weigh the options, but that was a very good idea. And on this question about what footprint, we are glad as a FREA, and I'm glad this morning the presentation which was given by Adeline underlined the work that AFREA has been working on around Made in Africa, making sure we remove this Korean, that word is so hard, but you know it, you have understood, the one we are discussing this morning. Yes. So we have had a long history at AFREA since 2007 with the Sule Galiba, may he rest in peace, and many others, Bagele, who have worked so hard on this concept and made sure that we continue making our eyes look in the direction of using indigenous knowledge. And we are continuing to ask you to continue doing more research, more work, so that the questions that were posed by Adeline can be answered. We should publish what we have found, because one of the things that we have challenges with is publishing. Many people are doing research and doing kinds of writings, but they don't find their way in African journals. For instance, the African Evaluation Journal, which is available to all of us. So we need to publish and say what we have found. The other area where we have worked in a very special way is incorporating the youth in the agenda of evaluation in Africa through the Young and Emerging Evaluators Network. And they also have about 40 associations working around Africa on different aspects, even including working on the evaluation plans for the future. So we have gone as far as also incorporating 2 young and emerging evaluators on the AFREA board, one representing the Anglophone and one representing the Francophone. One thing that we all need to work on is that many of us are in the ECD space, but we have worked a lot with the Anglophone side. So every time we look for things to do with the Francophone, we can't find it. Even getting a leader who is credible from that side, it's not that they are not there, but we are not caring enough. So going forward, we would like to collaborate and see that more work also goes on the side of the Francophone and bringing Africa together so that we don't do, usually we say, this is a Francophone meeting and this is an Anglophone session. And in that way, we don't bring the views across Africa together. So we need to actually start bringing all these people together and translate, even in terms of writing. Now, I had an opportunity this year to visit Mozambique, the Lusophone, and they were saying, you guys, you don't care about us. It's as if you are in your own world. So we are challenged. They actually are a paid-up member of AFREA now. And they said, okay, we are going to look for the rest to bring them on board. So as we continue our relationships, we need to reach out. Because some of the lessons we've seen is that as we progress, we start pulling ropes and working in silos and competing instead of being complementary. And that's what the Global North loves, that they find you so weak. When you come to my side, I'm saying something against EN, and EN is saying something against E3IA, and all sorts of things. So we need to develop a brand that cannot be torn as we do the relationships. So I would like to also encourage us that we speak the same language. We are trying to work on all this. Of course, resources are required to make us work together. Maybe we need a fund which is African to actually progress research, maybe evaluation on Made in Africa, but one fund which is managed for that purpose, so that you don't have to go to Europe, because recently we have very many people from the Global North knocking on our doors. Everybody's saying, okay, what are you working on? Made in Africa. I want to know that. Can I take it away? How can we dissect it? And therefore, we have like 5 people saying, I have the money. It's here. Why don't you take it? So what are we doing in Africa? Why don't we pull resources and choose the agenda we want to work on, and we all work in the same direction, and also fulfilling the 2063 agenda? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to all our speakers. I think we also acknowledge our online audience. We'll go to them in a bit to make sure that we see if there's any inputs or questions from that side. We'll also come to this audience in the room, maybe get 2 questions, but I think let's do the video, because I think it's the right time in terms of us, the 4 organizations sitting here that have more than 10 years experience in building relationships and making a difference in the landscape and in the EIDM, to also take time to share the journey of the AEN.
We know that using the best available evidence to inform decisions can help ensure that those decisions make a difference to the challenges we face. But there are many barriers to using evidence, and groups all over the world are trying to address these. At the Africa Evidence Network, we believe that we can only find answers and have an impact by working together. In 2012, 23 African delegates met at an evidence conference in Bangladesh. They discovered not only their shared sense of isolation in working to support evidence-informed decision-making, but more importantly, their mutual desire to connect with others in this field from their own continent. The network's founding chair, Ruth Stewart, described the energy when these delegates recognized that together they could achieve more than they ever would achieve alone. Their agreement to share training opportunities and collaborate on funding proposals began before the delegates had even returned home. From the start, the network's impact was achieved through connections. For instance, when the network facilitated mentoring between some researchers and a team at the South African Department for Basic Education, it was such a success that other government departments requested similar mentoring relationships. A monitoring and evaluation team supporting district fisheries in rural Malawi was mentored in how to strengthen their data collection, and as a result, the Malawian district team was able to ultimately increase the output of those local fisheries. Another AEN member reported that through being connected to the evidence resources shared by the network, they were able to scale up their school feeding scheme to eventually include all 200 schools in their region. In 2014, the Africa Evidence Network held its first Pan-African Evidence event. Over 100 delegates attended from 10 African countries. That meeting would prove central to ensuring the work that had started in Bangladesh was sustained. Members described how incredible it felt to receive encouragement from others working in this field a mere 2 years after the AEN had been formally established. From across Africa, stories were shared about how evidence was needed and being used. Government colleagues made it clear that supporting evidence into policy is not an easy task. The relationships are sensitive and need serious investment to build working partnerships that span long-established divides. Still, the work continued, and by mid-2015, the AEN had 350 network members and organic engagement on its digital platforms growing every month. and the network started getting noticed by others outside of Africa. You wanted to work in the evidence space in Africa? The AEN became the go-to community, and colleagues from around the world in governments, NGOs, and universities started to reach out. Our biennial events became well-established, more innovative, and continuously better at showcasing how the African evidence community was pushing the boundaries in this field. By 2016, the network was actively encouraging and promoting evidence-informed decision-making across Africa, contributing to the development of effective public policies and efficient implementation of services. Our focus was on joint learning to support one another to use evidence to tackle poverty and equality. As the network grew, our members began hosting events across several countries: South Africa, Uganda, Kenya, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Cameroon, Nigeria, and more. Each event provided a forum where participants could share lessons and advance discussions in supporting evidence use in Africa. The events increased engagement and built trusted relationships with institutions and professionals in the field. These opportunities to connect have led to work that deepens evidence-informed decision-making in Africa, such as the relationship between an evidence team in West Africa and a global evidence funder, and strengthened partnerships amongst East African researchers, government officials, and parliamentary researchers. The power of proximity to begin a relationship had already been demonstrated in the AEN's own origin story. The Secretariat knew how powerful hosting these spaces for relationships to flourish was to advancing the evidence agenda. By 2018, with the support of funding from the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, the AEN's evidence gatherings were reaching over 500 individuals across 32 countries through online and in-person engagements. These engagements spanned sectors and enabled evidence producers and users to connect with one another, shifting the boundaries yet again in the evidence landscapes across the region. Recognizing the difficulty of navigating the multiple disciplines, methodologies, and sectors of the evidence field, the AEN wanted to support new and emerging leaders, so the Africa Evidence Leadership Award was launched. Winners of the award won the opportunity to showcase their work, building their own profiles and promoting the use of evidence. Over the years, winners have reported how receiving the award has helped advance their careers and invigorated them to embark on new ventures to support the use of evidence in their countries. In the network's routine collection of stories of change about how evidence makes a difference across Africa and how the AEN makes a difference to those working in the evidence space, it is not uncommon to discover examples of how these relationships have flourished. For instance, the story of Effective Basic Services Africa. This Cameroonian NGO that works to make basic services more effective by applying the available research to service delivery received an international award for their work supporting evidence use during the COVID-19 pandemic after a nomination from an AEN member. Luvuyo Jalisa, one of our emerging evidence leaders, was recently named one of the top 200 young South Africans. The way AEN members support and strengthen one another extends far beyond meeting at a conference. In 2019, a new idea to connect members emerged. The premise was the same: share members' work and make connections, although the space was a little different. All members met virtually for what became Africa Evidence Week. This virtual event, hosted on social media, showcased and promoted the use of evidence. Members volunteered and shared their experiences, challenges, and successes. Each week sees close to 1,000 people engaging in over 100 dedicated activities from organizations and individuals that span the continent. When the storm that was 2020 and the COVID-19 pandemic hit the world, the AEN became a conduit through which members provided evidence in response to numerous requests from policymakers and public service organizations. And that year, our evidence event went fully online with over 600 people from 44 countries joining a fully interactive and learning experience. The AEN's virtual work had deepened since then, with online communities of practice formed and facilitated to collectively advance solutions for challenging issues. Out of such a community of practice, the network's manifesto for capacity development for evidence-informed decision-making in Africa was born. As the network, its membership and its impacts have all grown, so its influence has extended beyond Africa. The network proudly mentored and supported emerging evidence coalitions in Latin America in 2021 and 2022. The AEN's work shows no sign of slowing. In 2023, the network launched an evidence podcast where new topics are explored with a range of contributors. And the newly launched Africa Evidence Youth League is stimulating, innovating, and breaking new ground. New communities of practice are formed as members gather online to explore solutions to how to meaningfully expand the ways in which evidence is valued, to embrace forms of knowledge often overlooked, and to ensure localization of evidence use is meaningful and long-lasting. 2022 marked a decade since the 23 delegates from Africa met at that evidence conference in Bangladesh. Those first members could never have known that their meeting would result in a network of nearly 5,000 people. As evidence-informed policy in Africa continues to thrive, so too does this network where you can connect with others also looking to make a difference. Although we do not know what the future will bring, we do know that only together will evidence-informed decision-making become a reality.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I see there's beeping that our time is up a bit. I want to say I think the video sort of brings together the conversation that we've just had. The video is available on the AEN YouTube website, so you can go look at it at your own time as well. So I think just to wrap up the session, Hazel, is there any questions online or comments?
Thank you, Siziwe, and thank you to this interesting panel. I'm here to present the evidence of an engaged online audience through lovely comments and interesting questions that have been posted on the chat. So the first question is from Carolyn. What are your thoughts around legislating evidence for policy, as they do in the US, compelling policymakers to use evidence? And how do you ensure the quality of evidence in a world where interests seep in? That's the first question. The second one is, I think it's posed to Rossetti. Are there journals specialized in publishing articles on evidence based in Africa, as most international journals are costly or expensive? And then the last one is a comment from Kululeko. Thank you for extremely beautiful journeys. In your experience, how do we sustain relationships between organizations when leadership visions and approaches change over time? If in the worst case, we stand at cross purposes, should we always strive to realign? Thank you.
Thank you very much to the online audience. I don't know who's going to take the first one, because the second one is specific to someone in particular. Then the third one, someone must pick it as well, just to make sure that we share some insights in the shorter period that we are having remaining. Yes.
I know we're out of time, so I'm going to give you a quick answer. I don't think it's worked very well in the United States, so I don't think we should copy it.
Thank you very much. I work in a public sector, and compelling policymakers does not work very well. They choose, the evidence varies across spectrum, and they will choose what they want to use and from where. In most cases, they will choose what has been researched in public sector itself, not from everywhere. Now, the publishing, we have the African Evaluation Journal, which has been around for as many years as almost 20. And there are costs, but they are not very high because we subsidize them. And we put in something at the publisher and say if someone is coming, for instance, from a French-speaking country, we want to subsidize 100%, and then maybe a little bit less for English-speaking, and then again subsidize for young and emerging evaluators because we want to bring them on board. So yes, there's an opportunity, and we have an editorial team led by Mark. We can give more details as we go along. But I want to appreciate also the presidents that have led AFREA. I see Serge there. I don't know if there's any other AFREA president, Adeline, and then myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rossetti. The third one, who would like to tackle it for us?
Can I go on the first one as well?
Yeah, any.
First of all, just briefly to say, because I disagree slightly. First of all, some of this will be the discussion in the session later today around, institutionalizing evidence use, so the little heads up to that. And I would just say, I think definitely alone it's not going to work. Organizations have tried legislating, and it can easily become a box-ticking exercise, as I think. But if you can do that together with other things, together with training, together with the right incentives, etc., I think that is something worth looking at, and so, some amount of evidence that may be working. But as I said, alone not. And then just a plea relating to legislation and politics. You know how decision makers, and especially politicians, are very different from evaluators. They basically have to take a stand. They see one side, and you all see all the sides, right? So evaluators are very sort of different from the typical decision makers. And I would plead that more of you basically at some point get off the fence and maybe sort of join in politics because of your critical mindsets. I think that is exactly what is also needed in policy making, in decision making. And so I'll stop with that plea.
Thank you. I think you said it very well. On the first question, I wanted to really say that you can't think about legislation on its own. What is supporting, or what are the other interventions in place? So to get the policymakers to do, or to use evidence, one, they need capacity, and I think many of them don't really have the optimal capacity, to be able to use the evidence as, the way we think they should be doing it, or the way we think is optimal. And that, I'm hesitant because it's also problematic. It puts the focus on us, but they too, have reasons for what they do. And so one is being able to build that capacity for them to see beyond, say, the evidence coming from the public service. That is what they know. Okay, how do you get them then to give an eye to anything else? So there is that part that we kind of expect them to do stuff which they might not be capacitated for. But also there's need for incentives. And I don't say incentives the way we generally think about them in terms of, is there a reward for them to do it? But there also need to be system incentives that sometimes it's actually difficult to get to the evidence or to use it or to make sense of it. And so the system needs to have incentives that put a policymaker in a place where, it's easier for them to use the evidence than to use their gut feeling. And many of the times, you're going to put legislation in place and these incentives are not there and it will still fall flat on its face. How to sustain relationships, in changing organizations, changing, settings, changing contexts. I think relationships will naturally, some of them will naturally die off, okay? And others will begin to build. And there will be those that are here to last forever, okay? So I think, when you take that time that we talked about, that you step back and always analyze and stay in touch with yourself and what's happening around the ecosystem, you will know which or what is happening with which relationship, and you won't really struggle. But that's not to say that, it all works out. All relationships are hard work. There is work to be put in. So don't get into a relationship, whether it's personal or, for the organization, and think, okay, we signed that MOU, now we're good. Okay, there'll be work to do. All relationships need nurturing, but that's like, a story for another day.
Thank you very much. We've run out of time, really. I think the people that are in person, you have access to these amazing women. So please engage with them and make sure that if you have any question, get them to answer those questions for you. And I think I would like to thank them very much for participating in this panel. And also would like to encourage women that are attending this event, and particularly the young and emerging leaders that are joining us as well, to take time to step up, make a difference in terms of the work that we do. And I also want to connect this session. This is women that are experienced. The session 22 on the last day, the session of young and emerging leaders that are going to say, what does the future look like as driven by us, young and emerging leaders? So please join that session to connect and see how they hand over the baton to them. It is time, right? Yes. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining the session.
Yeah.
Minutes. Okay, there's a 15 minutes break now, and then the next session will kick in. All right? There's one session here, and then there's one in the breakout room. Just check your pocket program and see which one you are interested in and join. All right.
Chibiriti wakubisa mutima ndikuma vivyo mukwano gwo changa kayembe wankubisa butida ochakala nyone mama lord bebe siba muchikuba kasana kaka ndikuma vivyo mukwano gwo oma wobulide oba sentononya wano muchikunta tenti wale wechibuzo bono sala kochenti city boy baby beaty kind of villain chimanyo kutekushua imwe birungo kutekushua ole kushu chimanyo kutekushua imwe birungo kutekushua ole kushu for you at the same time. Look around, me and you at the same time. Never want to leave from dance with me, oh man. I pull up on your beach, oh man. It's time to, baby girl, make it know the lie. Make it tell your friends, say you the view this guy. Don't even waste time. I'm in Hawaii. I can't wait to make your precious mine. It's not a lie. You set my soul on fire. So many girls I pass through. None of them girls find passion. All of the things you've been through, but this life will never be the same again. 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 Don't like them, they don't like you. They say me, I'm too bad for you. Don't mind them, they too bad for you. They say me, I'm too. Break it, oh, break it. Take it, oh. When your waist won't take it, oh. When I take it, oh. Even if I die, wake it, oh, wake. Take it, oh. Even if I die, wake it, oh. Baby girl, make it know the lie. Make it tell your friends, say you don't feel this guy. Don't even waste time. I'm in Hawaii. I can't wait to make your precious mine. It's not a lie. When they go do the entire party, all they call them go shake your body, shake your body. Hello, Abana, we gonna belly. You got the money, you they go police. Me and they love you for it. Kitty. Say I the grace and no number, but the display on the money on the man. It's supposed to not serving up a newcomer. So I go make you no go dollar. When they go do the entire party, all they got them go shake your body. Shake your body. Hello, Abana, we gonna belly. You got the money, you take off police. Me and they love you for it. Get it. Woti warom kota. Get it. kachiberako kagamba koyagala tuyinza kumutuka kongenda kubi ekikadde manju w'ennyumba yo onoba olota nange ondotengako cause you know you're so temperamental. I'll be your soul, be my instrumental. You come and go.
You come and go. Why?
You come and go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Albert.
Thank you so much.
Tumongereza manyu mwana huyo. Albert, thank you. Mwana gwe mukama yakuwa n'omala. Why?
Jagala nnyo mukyale panka.
Why?
Kabule baba.
Kabulengana.
Bulengane go akula kabina.
Kabulengana.
Jagala nnyo mukyale panka.
Oyagala
kabule baba. Bulengane go akula kabina. No kawuba n'ogirwa nnuwaki. Bulungi bwobwe bukuseeza. Empisa zo ze zikutonda. Kabule baba. Chimanye tubakwana bangi abalina kashi n'abatalina simbi. See what I'm fighting now when you feel the right, single ladies all around. Jagala nnyo banva nnungi enva zaabwe ziri kupyuwa. Jagala nnyo winyimujenga amaaso goli gali kupyuwa. Let's around make a miracle, let your body move to the pedicure. Let's around make a miracle, let your body move. Jagala nnyo mukyale panka. Kabule baba. Bulengane go akula kabina. No kawuba n'ogirwa nnuwaki. Bulungi bwobwe bukuseeza. Empisa zo ze zikutonda. Kabule baba. Never waste your time, never let you go. Talk down, back to back, you're the best I know. Oh yeah, you did blow my mind, blow my mind, blow my mind. For your love, I could change my life. Come here, do you dance, make a spit go. That's wine for me, nice and slow. So many nights I don't wait for my time to get you all alone for one night. You do me something no lie, I come out for your turn. I want to do you whatever you want. Freaky for you. Show me what you're. Oh, you just blow my mind, blow my mind. Your body just blow my mind. Allow me to love you now. Allow me to hug you now. Allow me to touch you right. Allow me to love you now. Allow me, yeah. Buy me armor. Oh yeah, can you give me $1? I wanna be your baby mama. Why? Oli musuli sana. Jigiri sebi sana. Jigiri sandi lana. If If you wanna be my lover, keep me by your shoulder. You are the one, wanna be with you all day. When come missing, I feel so lonely. Katikwata wano, nyweza wano, lete no, vera wano, katikwata wano.
Let me welcome Harvard.
Check. 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 Test 2.
What if I couldn't speak? What if I couldn't eat? What if I couldn't move? Will you still love me? What if my body aches and always it makes you wait? What if I couldn't wait? Would you love me when it's hard and the lights falling apart? If the things that we was new are long gone, if the blue fades away, and our memory fades away, will you still love me? Would you love me when it's hard and the lights falling apart? If the things that we was new are long gone, if the blue sky starts to gray and the memory fades away, and our memory fades away, will you still love me?
Hey, okay. Don't do that.
Will you still love me?
Okay. I'm waiting to present you. That's why I'm sitting here with this lunch. I want to present in Uganda. I know where Uganda is. You know this man? You know this man?
He was African.
Yes, a map of Africa. Uganda is here. Somewhere here.
So I was supposed to have been in Uganda, but I didn't travel. So, yeah, show me what you want to show me. What's that?
Yeah.
What happened?
I fell down and then you see those logs. Yeah, those are.
Well, you're not.
No, I'll show.
You come my way, Ulilo sembera, Ulilo inside. So let me wire away. The Sakala Kumanya, my things alright. Tone Winyazo Kwakale, Yokuoku Changa Changa Nakoku Salale. No lose, Tula Nene Zazani. Ayakalo mulunzinga kwe Engelechi watochocho wechikonda Neva zakatonde ea mutonda You brighten my day Ulilo tamulo chamula pokwando inside You come my way Ulilo sembera puli It's alright Let me wire away Yes I can Chakalanyo okubera uoli No vera omutima kube ochodi Chakalanyo okubera uoli No vera omutima kube ochodi Pagadenenga mononya Sitting outside your sango no wana Atoka Mamunyika bubuli chisela No mutima tegwe agata Na ye Okufa wena mufuna Yansula kumoyo Okufa wena mulaba Chakalanyo Kumera wood No mera wamutima kube ochod Chakalanyo kumera wood No mera wamutima kube ochod Atoba Yeah Atoba
Continue up here. Yeah, do you want to wherever you want.
I want
bonus?
Yes.
Good to see you. How many years now? That was last time. I know, it's been a while. But you're looking well. Yeah, you too. Thank you. Beautiful interventions that you gave already. This is your home now. Okay, so we'll just wait a couple of. Thank you so much. But it's just talk about the things you like the most.
Like, ignore the question. Exactly. Ignore the question and just say what you want to anyway. Yes, exactly.
Are you guys
calling audience?
Sorry? No, we're going to use these mics. Ah, yeah. And then you again. And I'm this morning, woke up with a, no, this morning it's here. Really nice. I was in there, I think, 12 or something like that the last time. Yeah. Yeah, the Brussels. We were still waiting at the airport for nothing. No. Yeah. I know, I thought like, exactly. And then the class didn't show up, guys. But then I did contact, so fortunately I did download, I saved the number of the travel agent. And I texted him and said, are we waiting for another passenger of the same flight, or are we waiting for a passenger? Exactly. Because I've been waiting here now for a while. Yeah, so that was... I think there are more hiccups now. Right now, oh, in Miami, that one?
You ready? All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this panel discussion, which will be about institutionalizing evidence use, sharing lessons, and future directions. I will give a little intro, and then I will be introducing this amazing panel. So first of all, things are very different now than 15 years ago. So there's been an increasing amount of evidence being produced by the evidence landscape, by all of our organizations. And one of the things, the data that we can draw on is, for example, 3IE's development evidence portal, which includes over 10,000 impact evaluations today on development effectiveness issues in developing countries, and over 1,000 systematic reviews. This is just one piece of data. There are many other types of evidence also out there, but just to say, there's an abundance of evidence. When we started collecting back in 2009, there was less than 500, and now we're over 10,000. So just to say, there's an abundance of evidence. Nevertheless, I think, and we heard others talk about it earlier today, there is still a long way to go in ensuring that the evidence is used, that the evidence informing the decision-making at the right time, at the right moments, and that is, a big challenge for us now that we have this luxury of increased evidence. And it's also increasingly recognized that to achieve widespread and sustainable use of evidence, there is a need to really institutionalize evidence use. And this is by addressing what we call systemic barriers through structures and processes that facilitate and encourage a culture of evidence use. And one of the things that we've done in 3IE to sort of help us think and sort of give us a framework for how to talk about the levers that we can pull in order to help institutionalize evidence use is what we call the TRIPS framework. And TRIPS stands for T for training. And this is training both for researchers and evidence users on not only how to use and produce, but it's also what type of evidence to use when. So that is the training. Then there are, the resources. We're talking about, of course, financial resources, but also human resources, the skills, etc., that are needed in order to use evidence in the right way at the right time. And then we have incentives. We talked a bit about that in earlier panels. Incentives can be things like at individual level, what leads to promotions in organizations, what leads to good performance reviews, etc. But it's also incentives at an institutional level. And that relates also quite closely to P, basically TRIP, so the P stands for processes. And again, if you think about it, there are processes that can help in institutionalized evidence use. There are things like requirements of quality at entry in development institutions, for example. It's things like what we talked about earlier. Are there legal requirements to actually use evidence to inform decision making? Those can be processes and requirements. And then finally, the S, which stands for signals. And we sort of think about this as the signals from the top. In organizations, in government, if you have high-level decision makers that actually believe in this, believe in using evidence, and talk about it often, lead by example, then that is also something that will tend to trickle down in the organization. So anyway, just to say that this is one framework. I'd love to hear it sort of thrown out of the window, so to speak, or improved on, but potentially something that the panelists can bring into their responses if useful. So now let me introduce our distinguished panel. And to me, they're heroes who are working within or with organizations and governments to improve their development effectiveness. And I'm sure sort of you all have your scars to prove that you're working in this environment, because it is really hard work. And so I look forward to hearing about your insights from years of experience. Their long and impressive backgrounds I will not read up here. I'm assuming they are on the web page of the conference. But I will give a short intro. So Candice Morkel is the director of CLEAR AA, the Center for Learning on Evaluation and Results, Anglophone Africa. Tanja Küchenmüller is the unit head for evidence to policy and impact in the Research for Health Department, Science Division, World Health Organization. Mr. Godfrey Mashamba is here. Can you show him online? Yes, there we are. Hi, Godfrey. He's the Deputy Director General for Evaluation, Evidence and Knowledge Systems in the Department for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, South Africa. And then we have Rose Oronge. Do I say that right? Oronge? Okay. Is the Director of Public Policy and Knowledge Translation and head of the Kenya office of AFIDEP, which is the African Institute for Development Policy. And last, but definitely not least, you've seen her before today, is Rona Mijumbi, who is the founding director of the Center for Rapid Evidence Synthesis, ACRES. And importantly, she is the current co-chair of the Africa Evidence Network. I have a couple of key topics I want to hear from you about, and also urge you to follow up with questions or comments you have to each other, so that this is not too one-sided or stilted. But let me start with you, Candice. CLEAR AA seeks to contribute to better policies and programs and strengthen accountability as well to citizens for accelerated and equitable development in Africa. I read this online. What are key lessons from your own practice of effective strategies to institutionalize evidence use, particularly in government? And what are the main challenges and how can they be addressed?
Thank you so much, Maria, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us in this session. So one of the lessons that we've learned is the fact that evidence-informed decision-making and the work that we do that you've just described very well sits in a broader context of building stronger democratic institutions. So when we are talking about building institutions for better evaluation production and better evaluation use, it's sitting within that broader context. So we know that evidence-informed decision-making is virtuous, and we're wanting to build stronger and virtuous cycles of democratic governance. The problem is we often don't understand that broader context, and we want to jump right in there with the solutions because we might have a template. And I think similar to yourselves, Marie, we have something called the MESA or the MESA, M-E-S-A. And that comes from years of work of the CLEAR centers. There are 6 global CLEAR centers and other implementing partners. And we are all part of a partnership called the Global Evaluation Initiative. And we've come up with sort of an ideal type of a national evaluation system. The problem with that is if you don't understand the context within which you're working, you'll assume that your template or your ideal type must be imposed upon that space. So one of the biggest lessons we've learned is that you have to move into the space humbly. You've got to actually realize that we've got to withhold the temptation to come with a very, kind of hegemonic grip on what we think is going to work in that system. And as the previous session confirmed, and I'd like to reiterate that the relationships are very, very important. You first have to establish the trust relationship and then allow, because the governments we're working with are already doing a lot of work of institutionalizing. We shouldn't imagine that we're starting at ground zero, that nothing has been taking place, and we are coming as saviors to come and show you how a good evidence system will work. So that has been a lesson that we've learned over the years and how we implement therefore. And I think many people ask me, how is CLEAR able to do so much work in so many countries on the continent? That has come from years of investing in relationships first. The manifestation of the work and the trust relationship of a government saying, yes, please come and help us to develop our national evaluation policy, or please have a look at our national evaluation guidelines and tell us whether we can improve. That is an invited space that is very precious. And so we have nurtured that over years, and then we start to say, okay, how can we, at your starting point, contribute to building your national evaluation system? So those are just some of the few lessons we've learned.
Excellent, thank you. And bringing Godfrey straight into this conversation, Godfrey, as Deputy Director General for Evaluation, Evidence and Knowledge Systems in the Department for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in South Africa, you are both a producer of evidence and a commissioner and consumer of evidence. So you're working closely with organizations like CLEAR AA, AFIDEP, SAYS, 3i and others. Let's hear from your experience what lessons you have learned about how to institutionalize the use of evidence across ministries in South Africa.
Yes, thank you very much. Greetings to you, Chair, and fellow panelists, as well as all colleagues that are in attendance. You are right in highlighting the interconnected roles of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the South African government as a producer, also as a commissioner and a user of evidence. It's true, those multiple roles have important overlaps by themselves, but also it is important for a department like that, which is at the center of government located within the presidency, to have effective interfaces with all the actors in the system of generating and use of evidence. That is, those that are in the process of planning, those that are in the processes of lobbying certain positions in the country, that is outside government, be it private sector, civil society movements, those that are in the practice of research, and generating evidence or knowledge in that space, and also across the spheres of government horizontally in various sectors of government, but also in the different spheres of government, because that's how the system of South Africa has been designed. So I'll pick up on 3 specific examples of tools that we use to institutionalize evidence-based informed decisions in South Africa. Some of you may already be aware of them, but I'll just point them out. The first one is the National Evaluation Policy Framework, which I think 3IE, let me acknowledge 3IE's contribution to that, was adopted in South Africa in 2011 and then updated in 2019 to set standards for evaluations in South Africa across the public sector. So that is one important tool that we have, which guides how we engage across the system. What are the standards to define evaluations, under what circumstances, and the use of evaluation evidence in South Africa. Then the second tool that I want to cite is what is called a biannual report, monitoring report on the medium-term strategic framework. In South Africa, we have adopted a national development plan in 2012. After adopting that national development plan, NDP 2030, as a long-term plan of government, we also made a decision to, in chunks of 5 years that are consistent with, that align with the government administrations, we adopt a medium-term strategic framework, a 5-year implementation plan of the National Development Plan. And that MTSF, I'll call it MTSF for short, that MTSF is a all of government kind of plan, which defines the outcomes and the results-based targets on what government must achieve over the 5-year period across 7 priorities. These are interrelated set of priorities. So biannually, there is a process of producing a report across all the 7 priorities, be it in the process of building a capable state, economy and job creation, education skills and health, social wage and delivery of basic services, be it social cohesion and safer communities, or how South Africa interface with the outside world. So this report is produced on a 6-monthly basis, and it enables a regular engagement at a very high level of government, because it's presented in cabinet with all the ministries there to understand what is the process of implementation, whether we are actually implementing what has been planned, whether the results are being achieved. And the regularity, which is one of the important lessons, the regularity of these meetings, pitched at the highest level of government, enables ways to strengthen institutionalization of results-based framework and evidence-based decision processes. But that's where the evidence that is produced from technical work interfaces with the political considerations at a very highest level, and it helps to recalibrate things, and it generates a set of recommendations that becomes the focus of the next 6 months in terms of implementation. So that is one very important area of lessons to draw. The other lesson to draw from this is that that process also tracks what is called lower order or process-based indicators, because those, in addition to tracking the results, because these lower order or process-based indicators can actually be useful predictors of performance. And if there is failures in their delivery, they trigger action in terms of intervention to correct whatever that needs to be corrected. So then the third example that I'll pick is the one on the frontline monitoring. We have an aspect called frontline monitoring of service delivery. That tool has taught us that timeliness is crucial in the generation and the use of evidence. During the period when we were implementing the COVID-19 vaccination program, frontline monitoring, because it uses field visits, interfaces with citizens, ordinary citizens, to gather lived experiences of people, direct beneficiaries of programs, feedback. It generates also pictorial evidence of what is actually taking place on the ground. And the methods of escalation and the turnaround times enables the currency and responsiveness in the use of evidence to make corrective actions when there is still a chance to correct and then course correct and get back to achieving the results. So I'll share one more lesson, third lesson, that not all the recommendations that you have can be implemented. So evidence enables us to generate a whole range of recommendations or action items. But there is a need for analysis of what are really the important actions to help scale up or to help improve the results. What can we invest in? What do the resources that we have enable us to invest in terms of funding, in terms of implementation capacity to correct? So not all these things are important, but also priorities of government, because they are so interconnected. We have used these tools that I've cited here to weigh the options and analyze the risks associated with some of the recommendation, to then be able to choose and say, what is it that we can implement that can help us to fast track delivery, to improve performance, or to correct what is not going right. So I will pause here for now. I will add later in the discussion as we engage with the audience. Thank you very much.
Godfrey, and really interesting to hear how, and congratulations to your government for having introduced all those tools and sort of processes and requirements and training that sort of through those processes, I think. So we'll probably dig into that a bit more in a moment, but first let me introduce and ask Rose to come into the conversation. At AFIDEP, you are involved in research about evidence-informed decision-making, as well as engaging in and developing capacity aimed at EIDM across various countries. And you have engaged with ministries, parliamentary networks, the media, among others. So very rich and varied stakeholders. So if we could hear from your experience what key lessons you have drawn about how to institutionalize evidence use, particularly in government. And again, if there are any challenges or so that you want to also emphasize and how to address them. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Marie. And it's an honor to be on this panel talking about institutionalizing evidence use, because that's at the heart of AFIDEP's mandate. We set up about 13 years ago to make evidence use a norm, to promote and nurture a culture of evidence use. And over the years, we've realized that it's one thing to provide evidence, it's another thing to have people using evidence on a day-to-day basis. And so when we've done a lot of things over the years, and I can just share some of them so that the lessons I share, I'm putting them into context. For us, institutionalizing evidence use means that you have people in decision-making agencies, in government agencies, who value evidence, they have the capacities they need, they have the tools they need, They're incentivized to use evidence, because often I say that using evidence sometimes is hard work. You know, you have to find it and assess the quality and use. And so you want to have people who are incentivized, and there's demand for the evidence, there's investment in structures that generate that evidence. And so when you think about that, you realize that there's a lot of things that can be done. Some of the things we've done over the years have been around training and mentoring technocrats who sit in government agencies. These are people who sit in divisions, who sit in departments, who are charged with making decisions, or even providing synthesis that ministers need to make decisions. And so training and mentoring them means that we're embedding capacities in those structures. They're able to find and use evidence and when it's needed. Other things we've done have been around developing tools, and these are evidence guidelines, evidence checklists. And it's one thing to develop them, it's another thing to actually have them integrated in routine decision-making processes, you know, for this to be used. We've also placed experts in government departments. For instance, we've placed budget experts in the budget office in Malawi Parliament for 3 years. And of course, at that point, we are agreeing with leaders in Parliament that at the end of that funding, they would be taking on these experts. And some of them are actually still in that department. We've also done quite a bit of advocacy, you know, because it's one thing to train and mentor and place experts, another thing to have governments putting budgets, you know, in their own research departments, in their own budget departments. And so we've done quite a bit of advocacy as well, advocating for budgets, and we've seen budgets allocated to research departments, for instance, in the Ministry of Health in Kenya. We've seen government agencies allocate more staff, you know, to departments that are charged with providing evidence. And so a lot of things we've done around not just providing evidence, but supporting the strengthening of structures. We have learned a lot of things. I'll just touch on some of them. Maybe I'll start with just building on what Candy said in terms of understanding the context. You know, governments are very political, and we all know that sitting here. So understanding the arrangement of structures, the relations, the power dynamics, and how they relate with each other, but also importantly, continually monitoring. Because people come in this year, next year they're not there. And so continually monitoring what is changing. Are there new strategies? Are there new directors? What are the priorities of the incoming leaders? Continually monitoring that means that you're able to align your interventions or find ways of navigating, because often you can't always align, but sometimes you find ways of navigating. But the other thing that I would like to add in terms of lessons is also the value of focusing interventions in existing knowledge structures, because often they're there, but often they're not very well funded. So you'll find research departments in ministries sometimes having 2 or 3 members of staff, you know, and with no budget, with no strategy. And so investing in those structures means that you're strengthening them. And by the time your funding ends, our funding is often 2-3 years. By the time it ends, that structure is in a better place to continue with some of the things that we've been doing. Sometimes, though, we've actually found leadership within government that is keen to introduce those structures. Sometimes they're not there. And so supporting them to actually introduce those structures. And we've seen that happen in Nigeria, where the Ministry of Environment, in partnership with 2 other ministries in Lagos State, not at the federal level, introduced knowledge translation units within their departments, which were not there as well. And whenever they do that, then we train and mentor the staff they put there. And so the value of doing that, it means because people like us, we sit outside government. So we'll get a grant for 2 years, 3 years. If you focus on those structures, it means that by the time your grant is over, they actually continue with some of the interventions we've been having. And we've seen that happen even in Kenya, within KEMRI, and I have some colleagues here from KEMRI whom we've worked with before in the knowledge management unit. He's waving at the back. But they're actually going forward. That department has been strengthened, and they're continuing with the systematic review training and mentorship, part of which was started as part of the work that we are doing, but we don't have funding anymore, you know? So that structure is strong enough to actually continue with that work. The third point I would say is having a longer term, you know, view and vision of institutionalizing evidence. Because institutionalizing evidence is not train and run, right? This is something that happens over 10 years, 15 years. And so getting into it with that big vision, but then being realistic that you're thinking of incremental things that we want to do now that will be building into our big vision. And so some of the things we've done have been like, can we focus this small grant we have on developing evidence use tools? And then as our funding ends, can government continue with integrating those tools into routine decision making? I gave the example of putting experts in parliament, for instance. That was just for 2.5 years. But then we are thinking about if they're taken over, then it means the parliament has a budget office, that is well staffed. So having, yes, we have short-term funding, but you're thinking strategically. And what are the things that you can put in place strategically to incrementally strengthen institutions? The fourth thing I would mention is leadership. And I can't say that enough, the value of that. And this is leadership within government institutions. Part of the success we've realized as AFIDEP has been that you find people in those departments who love evidence, who want to champion it. And so they actually drive your work within the government agency. So you don't have to be the one sitting in the ministry doing anything. Sometimes you find them, sometimes you have to nurture them. And so for us, sometimes we have worked with people. We started, in 2013, training and mentoring them. They have risen in the ranks, and now they're leading departments. They become our champions within those institutions to drive evidence use. And then the other thing I would say, and I don't want to miss to say that, is accompaniment. We found that we don't come in as the ones with all the solutions. We design our interventions from the very start. We design with people who sit in government. And so for us, implementing the work is really accompanying them to do what they need to do that adds value to what they're doing. Accompaniment has really been critical. It also goes hand in hand with relationships, which you talked about. And finally, it's just proximity, being there. As AFIDEP, we've implemented work in different countries, and sometimes we've realized different outcomes. And some of them have to do with having experts who are connected there on the ground, We've seen that as one of the reasons why sometimes our interventions have worked very well in some countries and not in others, because you have experts in some places who are on the ground who are driving the work, and in some contexts, partners are struggling. So having the proximity, people on the ground who understand the politics and driving the work is so critical. And then just finally to say that institutionalizing evidence, you asked me to talk about government, but often I always argue that we have to institutionalize everywhere, even within research institutions. When you look at academia, you realize that we are very good in just publishing wonderful papers. We don't have knowledge translation centers. We don't have evidence synthesis centers. We don't require researchers to be in a technical working group or even publish a policy brief or anything for them to be promoted. Once they have their paper in the Lancet, we are done. And so as we talk about institutionalizing evidence use in government, we also need to talk about what is happening in research institutions. In intermediary bodies as well. Bodies like media agencies, CSO, it's one thing for them to cover evidence. It's another thing for them to be thinking about their systems as a way of being able to promote evidence use and advocate for it. Thanks.
Wonderful. I love the note that you ended it on, and I have to say that we have the same discussions in 3IE. Have we institutionalized it internally? And just I think a theme here coming out is very much around the long-term game, but also the going into this as partners, humbly understanding the context. Very much a theme. I know you were. Are you keen to jump in now or later? Yeah, just.
Mr. Mashamba, it's Candice Morkel here. I'm going to be switching it up a bit and taking over the chair for a moment and asking you a question. I think that it's always so valuable for us as partners sitting sort of on opposite sides of the table, we as international organizations who are keen to support governments, for example, in this journey of institutionalizing. And as you've heard, I said before, is that sometimes we have in our minds a template or our journey or pathways that we believe are the right pathways to institutionalizing evidence use. But obviously, listening to what you've been saying, the South African government is at a level of maturity where many of these things that Marie was talking to, for example, in the TRIPS framework, the resources are there, the training is there, some of those policies and legislation is already there. What would you like to see organizations such as ourselves providing to yourselves as government, the kind of support, the kind of assistance that governments need, I would say at the level that you are at, and even maybe reflecting on some of the other peers that you have. I know that you sit on the Twende Mbele committee as well, that you've heard your peers speak about. what are the kind of things that we can do to support yourselves better as governments?
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So this was a good question. Because the space that you occupy is a very useful extension of what government should be doing. But sometimes government does not really have a lot of time to do that because they are chasing whatever they are chasing. So I'll draw from my experiences with the value that we're deriving from some of the existing arrangements. Firstly, the fact that there is abundance of evidence out there would then mean that there must be some ways of knowledge brokerage and knowledge translation for purposes of policy support. There's work that we're doing in South Africa, for example. I know Africa Center for Evidence is part of that process and several others for evidence mapping across the priorities of government. That is a very important area of work because it draws from the existing knowledge base to then say what exists, which can then make it easy for us as policymakers or policy actors to synthesize quickly existing knowledge and then save us a lot of resources in terms of initiating new research work. So I think that's one of the spaces. The other ones, the review of standards and tools, because whereas we have tools and standard and guidelines in place, evidence standards and all that, sometimes they need to be updated from time to time to make sure that they remain relevant and useful under the changing circumstances. So the work that we are doing with ClearIA and others, where we called a group of people to experts to say, let us look into the impact evaluation guidelines under the current context of South Africa and see how we can improve it. One of the lessons that we've picked up is that so many of our engagements with leaders in government and stakeholders, they like talking about impact evaluation, evaluate impact of this, evaluate impact, sometimes without understanding what exactly impact is. So, but also a need for quick results, that we need to improve understanding and the levels at which we pitch different forms of evaluation to achieve different types of evidence needs, different sets of outcomes. So that's where you come in to help us review sets of standards we have, guidelines we have in terms of identifying gaps and work with government in improving that space. Then the third one, which I think can be the last one to share now. I know the list can be not be exhaustive. The importance of peer learning, because you operate in your space. You are peer learning across countries and across institutions. You are in a better position to know who is doing what at the point in time and who needs what at a point in time. And you can be a very important interlocutor in that space to then facilitate interactions between those who need something and those that have. Dissemination of knowledge, facilitation, knowledge flows in the space of evidence use and evidence generation. The platform we have with Twendembele, I think South Africa has a very good reason why they participate in the Twendembele platform, because it enables us to learn across countries in this space. So we also of the view, learning from one of the recent studies that we are doing on evidence use in budget and planning, we think that work, which was shared in one of the sessions here, even countries that are not in the 20 billion platform can actually pick up a lot of interesting lessons about what works and the experiences of other countries, which can then be adapted in their own circumstances. South Africa is looking forward to drawing lessons from findings from other countries on that particular study, and see what can actually be used to adapt our process, adapt our processes here in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really interesting. And let me actually pick straight up on the first point you talked about, making the existing evidence rapidly available. And that brings me straight to the next panelist. Rona, you've been founding an organization that was doing just that, ACRES. And to put it bluntly, I mean, we have seen sort of in the past also often that sort of, oh, the evidence doesn't come to us quickly enough is a bit of a policymaker potential excuse, or maybe not. But you've been helping to fill that gap with the organization. And so I wonder, has it helped? Has anything changed? And did the evidence produced by, did you follow up with that, and did you see things changing with those ministries and champions you worked with?
Thank you, Marie. Very good question, and in a nutshell, I'll say yes. But it's a loaded yes. There's a lot that goes into that. So one of the things about the policymaker being able to access evidence in a timely manner, or almost as immediate as they want it, is that it helps to change that mindset of, do I need the evidence? Can I make the decision without it? So as opposed to if they had to wait for the evidence for a while and they still can make decisions anyway, but also helping them to see the benefits of getting this in, helping them to interact with evidence. So, and the good thing with what we have been doing is that it's demand-driven, okay? Once they are the ones asking for this, you really have a very big window of opportunity to not only to provide the evidence, but to get them to see the benefits, to get them to be involved in the process, to really get them to interact with evidence. And I think our very first evaluation, several evaluations after, but our very first evaluation, what it came up with, and I'm trying to remember, this is from more than 12, 13 years ago, but I remember that it scored very highly on satisfaction. It did not, so we had several questions like, did they change their mind? Did they, about what they knew before they got the evidence? Did they change their course of action? There was a third question, and then later it came into, how would they rate this? Was it of value? How satisfied are they? And it rated almost 100% with all of them about satisfaction. That what it changed for them was the confidence that it gave them in the policy-making process. Remember, these are people coming in the setting of urgency. So whether it is that they're going to answer questions, say, in Parliament, or they are having discussions with a donor, but all of this is time-barred, and they are under some sort of pressure. And when they're under pressure, evidence is not the priority at that point, but being able to go through the process and not bungling it up. And so the fact that evidence came in and gave them, and this is a myriad, like a whole continuum of policymakers, but the fact that they say evidence gave me confidence in making this decision, and I didn't have to question myself, as in, what will I say if they say? That's a huge thing for a policymaker. And at that time, I didn't know it was even that. I always thought they know what they're doing, or I don't even know what I'm adding to the process. And they were like, I know the answers. Half the time I know the answers. I'm just not confident. I don't know if they work or they don't work. I don't know if I'll have to answer questions. In Uganda, we have the PAC, the Parliamentary Accountability Committee. And at the time we started this work, it was a place that everybody feared. They're like, I don't have to worry about PAC anymore. So for accountability purposes, for confidence in the policy-making process, and this is not confidence for them alone, but confidence for the beneficiaries as well, asking them, how did you arrive at this? That was quick for them to show. And also the fact that, with evidence, many times you'll ask a policymaker, so how did you know that? And they'll say, I somehow know, like I've had it before. They don't remember where they knew it from, and so they can't defend how they know that. But with the rapid response service, with the rapid evidence, this was evidence that we were providing for decisions that needed to be made within 28 days or less, within 28 days. They were able to pinpoint, how do I know this? And that's important for them, for their profile, for the defense and confidence in the process. And so the more people we spoke with or worked with, the more they began to see the benefits of using evidence. And for them, the benefits might have been of confidence, but they didn't realize how much it was actually changing their mindset. And I have so many examples of people we began with and they're skeptical. They're like, oh, yeah, but we're the ministry, we've always made decisions. We didn't have this sort of tool or this sort of thing, especially because, like Rose said, it's hard work, and, they're thinking, do I have to go through this? I've always done it without really going through, looking at checklists and, appraising staff. They began to see that it wasn't as bad as they thought. If anything, it was on the other side, it was beneficial. And so the mindset began to change. And I think I want to link that into our conversation about institutionalization. That many times, and again, I've always, and we've had this conversation not too long ago, it might be exactly a month ago with Rose. How are we defining institutionalization? What is institutionalization? When we began this conversation so many years ago, it was, you have everybody in government or everybody in the decision-making space using evidence to make decisions. So you've achieved institutionalization. If you ask me now, I'm not too sure that that is what it is, because there's so many parts to it. There's the mindset, like I've been saying. There's culture. Okay, this is me now even ignoring the processes and systems. I think a lot of the work that we have been doing is around building processes, building systems, getting the skills, so making sure every policymaker understands how this works and has a checklist and knows where to go, and every researcher knows where, that sort of thing. We've built the skills, we've forgotten capabilities. And I think one of the capabilities that for me is a big thing is the leadership, The leadership in all the spaces when you think about evidence to policy, okay? We've built the skill, the technical skill, but forgotten that part. We've built the skill to find this evidence, to synthesize it. We've not built the brokering skill. So we've always thought in the past that, I could get a researcher, and if they change their work and it becomes a policy brief, I'm there, I'm done, I can take the policy brief. If I call a policy dialogue, I think that is fine, okay? We've also thought that if I get the policymaker to find out where I am, and they can come to the research field and get the research that they want, I think we're done. And we've forgotten that process. I always liken that process to an ambulance, that you have a patient somewhere and you have a hospital somewhere. What happens at the hospital is really dependent on how fast you get that person there, how well you get them there. Now, going and teaching this patient, that if you ever get a problem, this is what you will do to get yourself to the hospital, it's only half of what can actually be done. There is so much that when they're in that situation that they have no control over. And there is so much that the ambulance can actually help with. We've given skills to researchers, but we've forgotten that they're researchers. That's their day job, okay? And we want them to be brokers of their work. How much they can actually be brokers, they can now tell us. It's been a while, okay? We've gotten policymakers to try and be brokers. So they forget the cabinet meetings and all of that, but broker, find the, how much can they do of that? And forgotten to build the brokerage field, okay? If I asked in the room how many are actually knowledge brokers? Yeah? Okay, the people
Question
at the front,
is formally or informally. I think if you say informally, maybe there are more hands.
Okay, so there is that lag that could actually make things better. And that's only, I'm speaking about capabilities. I could go on and on about culture, about attitudes, okay? Candy talked about the humility that you need to work in this space, to know that you don't have all the answers, but to also, the brokers and the researchers could probably each talk about a time that they've had to work with a policymaker and know that at that point, it doesn't matter how good you are, you're the underdog. And there's so much that that you have to take, okay? And not many of us are actually built for that. And that's an attitude of a broker. But then this is the attitude we're also asking of the researcher whose training, okay? I'm a scientist, I'm a researcher, so I know what my training was like. I come out knowing everything. So my interaction with the policymaker is difficult in the beginning because I'm better than them. That's what the world has taught me. That's what the system has taught me. And the system has also taught me that the policymaker actually is just running after, I don't know, something. Godfrey said they're running after something. He doesn't know what they're running after as well, But there's all of that goes into institutionalization. We've only done part of it. Many of our institutions have done very well with the processes, the structures, the building the knowledge and getting it into places. There is the glue that holds those places. And I think that's where now we have work to do. And that's where, when Rose says that you should be in this for the long haul, it takes time. It takes time. But also, if I go back to the word definition, to the idea of definition, how are we defining institutionalization? Is it that we want to see everybody do this at the end of the day, and what does that take, okay? Or do we actually have endpoints along this journey of institutionalization? Because it's going to take 20 years, and are we going to come every 5 years and say, why are we failing? Why are we failing? Are we actually failing? I actually don't think we're failing. If you look back 10 years ago, 15 years ago, where we were, the people who had bought into this idea were not 5,000. Yeah? But that's a mindset change. Things are happening. Things are happening at different levels. There's institutionalization. It has to happen at the individual level. It has to happen within an organization. So we talked about researchers. Have they institutionalized? And what does that mean on their level? If we go back and define it as in people using research, what does that mean for the researcher? It leaves them out. Yeah? At the organizational level, how about the mindset and culture at the national or regional level? If we say we are now looking at ECOWAS, WAHO, or we are looking at the East African community, or we are looking at SADC, okay, at that level, what's going on? If we look at WHO, okay, are they where they were 10 years ago when it comes to evidence? Something is happening. How do we define that and measure it on the continuum of institutionalization? So I think for me the biggest thing is, what is institutionalization? How are we defining it? For us to be able to get the right targets or the right indicators to say, this is not happening, or it's happening, or this is the gap that we are missing, and what is in that gap that we need to fill. Thanks.
Wow. It reminds me of what I said earlier today. I think you're right, but it reminds me of some of us at least being very impatient, and it's a challenge because, yeah, I think there's an average time of changing sort of an institution. I think there was some research on it about being 11 years. So, you know, some of us see how you go into retirement and potentially don't see the fruits of your work, you know. I think it's I also tried to fit sort of the framework to fit some of the things you talked about, and I think we have to expand it potentially, you know, and then some sort of a, you know, around humility, accountability, and confidence. You know, see how that can be captured. I think great points. Let me bring in you, Tanya. In your capacity, leading the unit dedicated to evidence, to policy and impact in WHO, Research for Health Department. So what has been your experience working with governments, in particular in Africa, to help ensure that rigorous evidence underpins policies and programs that, you know, literally can save millions of lives, that improve people's health and quality of life? And you've also carried out, and I found out, and just recently published, a systematic review of the research that exists on domains and processes for institutionalizing evidence-informed health policymaking. So what have you found out? It's you.
Thanks so much, Marie, for those two questions, which I'm trying to answer in a combined manner. And maybe just going back to my own professional career development, which in fact in the area of evidence-informed policy started in Africa. I had the fantastic opportunity of making the acquaintance of a WHO colleague that many of you, at least in the health sector, will know, Ulysses Panisse, who introduced me at the time to the SURE EVIPNet, evidence-informed policy work in the WHO African region. And I was able to participate and contribute to 3 different multi-country meetings in that context, first in Zambia, then in Mozambique, and later on in Burkina Faso, and that's also where I met Rona at the time. And so just a few words on EVIPNet, the Evidence-Informed Policy Network, which is a capacity-building network in the area of health policies, and all about increasing skills and, again, capacities, capabilities, of bringing researchers, policymakers, other stakeholders together so that the bridge between evidence and policy is strengthened, but also, again, that there's country ownership and country-driven processes in that space, which WHO is then supporting. Now, why am I making reference to my first experience on evidence-informed policy in the African region and to the SURE EVIPNet project? It's in fact because when I got to know this country work in many African countries and was really inspired and impressed by it, it was supported by the SURE project, which provided funds, but also external technical capacity building, technical assistance, and also a lot of new tools were developed at the time, which then suddenly came to an end. And so we had a lot of discussions, and I so clearly remember them. How are we going to continue with this work? How are we going to allow for sustainability, of resilience, so that this fantastic investment that took place by countries themselves and partners wouldn't just come to an end? And so I'm very pleased to say that many of those countries, in fact, found ways how they were able to cope with the situation. It wasn't always straightforward, of course, but through expanding their portfolio of work, for example, or getting new funders or new partners on board, that they could continue, sometimes in a slightly modified way, so not only evidence-informed policy, but then more embarking on clinical guideline development, which is very similar but different, as we know. But nonetheless, many of those countries, Uganda is a great example, where the initial work that was undertaken by SURE and EVIPNet continued. But for me, that was a very striking experience, because when then I started working with EVIPNet in the WHO European region, where in 2012 we then established EVIPNet Europe, one of the key elements that I really wanted to, can't say ensure, but promote, is that we think carefully, how are we actually engaging with the countries, and how can we go beyond individual capacity building to make sure that there is sustainability planning. And at the beginning, I need to say, I think we were a little, not off track, but our thinking was very much along the lines that we have to go beyond individual capacity building. So what does it mean? we have to train organizations, right? So the next level. And that's what we aim for. We also, when engaging with countries, I think that was the first time in the context of EVIPNet for sure, that we asked countries to first do a situation analysis so that we could clearly understand what are the mechanisms at country level, what are the lessons learned, what can we build on, what can be improved, but that we do not reinvent the wheel. And ultimately, the situation analysis was also meant for us not to just go into a country, ask the Minister of Health to establish a team, but to do that in an evidence-informed way. So our first step was this thinking about we have to move beyond the individual level, do organization capacity building, we have to institutionalize. So we frequently use the term institutionalization, but as we've heard also from Rona earlier, like what does it actually mean? What is institutionalization? And how can we support member states in that field? We claim institutionalization, but we don't really know the way forward. And so finally, then earlier this year, Marie was mentioning it, we published an institutionalization checklist, which includes, and maybe I can ask for my slide, which includes a definition of institutionalization. And I'm not claiming it's the perfect definition, it's based on a critical interpretive synthesis, that we came up with this definition. But first and foremost, I think it's important to keep in mind that it's an outcome on the one hand, but it's also a process. We have heard it takes 11 years for an institution to change. So it's really a long-term process. It needs to be country-driven, country-owned, contextualized, but at the same time also keeping in mind that it's not linear. So it's going to be iterative and back and forth. So sometimes it's a painful process, but if you have leadership and if things continue, then you will see over time that change is happening. So institutionalization is both a process and an outcome, and it needs to be nurtured, right? So it needs to be recreated, maintained, and reinforced for actually institutionalization to go into the, so to say, right direction and not to lead to deinstitutionalization, which can always happen. And then I think three other points which are important to mention. That is, on the one hand, the rules and regulations. So we had from Jeffrey also about the national evaluation policy framework, which was very instrumental for their institutionalization. On the other hand, next to rules, there's the area of norms. And then lastly, also cognitive and cultural elements. Yeah, those are all parts of the institutionalization process. And I guess it's very much also in line with what you said, Rona, earlier, that it's about not only processes and structures and trainings and skills, but it's about creating a new culture. But yeah, let me move over to the next slide then. The critical interpretive synthesis then led actually to two different frameworks that we developed. One, which is the domains framework that you see on this slide, and then the process framework, which underpins what I've just been saying, that it is a journey that we have to, with patience, go through. But the kind of domains that we identified through the critical interpretive synthesis are 6. So first of all, you have governance, and this is all about rule-making, steering functions, but also then having the structures, the institutional structures, the knowledge translation platforms, as we call them in EVIPNet, so the intermediary function that allow on a continuous basis to link research to policy and the other way around. Secondly, it's about standards and routine processes. For this, we need tools, we need protocols, but we also need guidance that then allow for standardized processes and quality assurance. We also understand that partnership is essential. We can't just be sitting on our tree by ourselves on the last branch, right? But we really need to make sure that within the evidence ecosystem, we have strong partnerships. But beyond the evidence ecosystem also, for example, WHO is an important partner that can support from the outside. So it's really the stronger and the more diverse, in fact, the partnerships are, the stronger is the domain of partnership in the context of institutionalization. Leadership and commitment, we have also heard, and it's really interesting for me to hear that so frequently in the context of institutionalization, because before we developed that framework, we were thinking leadership is more frequently seen as a change agent. Yeah, so if you want to make a change, then you need leadership, but that actually it's necessary to maintain processes as well, and you need to have the leadership throughout is something that was very clear in the framework. Resources, of course, and that combines some of your trips as well, Marie. resources is on the one hand human resources. We need to have the capacities, the technical skills. We need to have the critical mass at country level available. So going beyond just the knowledge translation platforms, teaching knowledge translation at university, having knowledge brokering as a profession. Financial resources, having diverse incomes for knowledge translation platforms to increase resilience, but then also resource in terms of evidence needs to be available. And lastly is the culture change, so having the attitudes, the basic values, the assumptions that contribute to evidence use becoming more of a general practice that is being expected. So basically that is the framework that we then combined in the WHO checklist with the process framework and allow countries then on an individual basis, because we had context is really important, so countries need to plan their own institutionalization journey. Now, what you've seen here is a conceptual framework that we developed, and we are now, we've received some seed funding so that we can pilot it in 2 countries. We're just embarking with that process. But there seems to be so much interest in this area that other countries, so 2 weeks back we had a global WHO evidence and policy summit where 2 countries, Brazil and also Oman, were speaking about how they already applied the checklist. And really interesting findings where Brazil, for example, compared the area of health and health technology assessment during COVID and also the environmental policy area, and how through the former government these areas were dismantled in many ways, the use of evidence, but because in the area of health there had been so much more work ongoing, so much partnerships, so much official roles and standards, tools already, that area of work was able to continue its working because they were at a higher level of maturity of institutionalization. So you can't, if institutionalization has happened, you cannot dismantle it overnight. What we do not know for the time being is how the different domains that you see here, how they weigh against each other. And it really very much depends on the social political context as well. In some countries, maybe governance is more important for institutionalization, while in other countries, it's the financial resources. And we don't know. So in the critical interpretive synthesis, we outlined a few areas where we think additional research is required, including how the different domains weigh against each other, in which context. I'm very pleased to say that we have a PhD student who's looking, well, we have in another partner institution, university, a PhD student is looking into that in 4 countries in the Americas. So hopefully soon we'll be able also to have more information on this. So just to say, again, this is a first conceptual framework which we will move forward with, but hopefully we are able, through the piloting and through the application, able to refine it, not only in terms of framework, but also in terms of tool, so that it's going to be even easier for countries to apply. The focus has been health, but we do think it's just as applicable in other sectors as well. So, yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. This has been such a rich panel. I'm not trying now to summarize because you've all built on each other, but rather let's get over to the audience and get a few questions or comments. And I'm not sure who's taking the online comments or questions, but if you could sort of prioritize a couple, then in the meantime, we'll start with 2 questions in the room. I'm not sure, can the person who takes the online questions just elevate your hand so I know who it is? You are taking the, okay, excellent. So I'll come to you in a second. Let's just first see if there are a couple of questions in the room or comments. In the back, please. There's one there. A second hand anywhere, just so I see it already? Okay, let's go with the first.
Should I get up? Hi, my name is Susan. I work with the On Think Tank. And thanks so much for a really interesting talk. It's really great to hear from such a diverse group of experts. My question is more directly to Rona and then maybe more broadly to the rest of the panelists. I was quite struck by what you said, Rona, about when you were asking policymakers about sort of the satisfaction with the evidence provided, and I think you were saying that one of the things that came out for you was that they were saying it gave them more confidence. Now, I hope I don't come across too cynically, but it did make me wonder the extent to which this suggests that rather than using evidence to actually inform a decision, it was a way of justifying foregone conclusions about a decision that had already been made. And I just wondered, in the second intervention, you then said, you actually saw quite a few examples of people actually changing their mind. And I wondered if you could maybe say something about that, give those examples, because I think for me that's much more interesting, because I do wonder if there's a lot of times when we're talking about evidence-informed decision-making, with actually the way in which policymakers are using those evidence pieces is really just to justify something that's already been decided rather than, using the evidence to make better decisions, if that makes sense. And this leads me to a broader question, which is maybe broadening it out to the rest of the panelists. If, when we're thinking about institutionalizing evidence use, if there's something to be said about or things we can do about potentially preventing that direction of travel where institutionalization of evidence use might just become a way of almost gaming evidence use, if that makes sense. And by that I mean policymakers or decision makers finding a way in which to use evidence or creating processes in which evidence use almost loses its meaning, but just because it's just another process they should go through, and then they can just use it to justify foregone conclusions. I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Excellent and provocative questions. We'll get back to the panel. Just want to see if there's one second question in the room. Here in front, please.
Thank you, panelists. My name is Celia. I work with the Uganda National Academy of Sciences. My question is regarding intermediate goals for institutionalizing evidence. I know there's been mention of we need to break it down into some short-term indicators. I'd like some examples of what kind of indicators this would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we take the two online as well?
Thanks, Mary. Our online audience has been very engaging, but there are no notable comments or questions, just positive compliments and thumbs ups. Thank you.
Okay, so let's then move. I think, Ronna, you were asked explicitly, and then we'll get others to come in. Ronna?
Okay, thank you so much. So the worry is about, if I got you right, that might it be that evidence is just being used to support foregone conclusions? Because when the evidence came, they didn't change their minds, or, okay. First of all, I think we underestimate policymakers a lot. We think that what we bring, they didn't know already, yeah? So that's one thing. I'm not sure that they will be asking questions that, and this is in policy questions, so don't think about it a lot in terms of technical questions, like, does this drug work or does it not work, and so they didn't know whether it works or not. These are systems and policy questions, so they've already been interacting with their systems. They suspect what it is that has worked, they've interacted with other systems, so they sort of know what it is that works. Or they've even tried it, something didn't go right, okay? So there's good options, and then maybe the implementation, considerations are a bit of a problem. There are barriers, whether they're politics or it's the budget or whatever, okay? But in our particular case, we would have these questions. There's a policy process going on, and the policy maker chooses to come to, they don't have to, they were under no obligation to come to us to ask, what is the evidence on a particular intervention, okay? And because we had a process evaluation that we had planned later into an impact evaluation, we would ask, what do you think the answer is? Before I go and start looking for the evidence and see what the research says or what the citizens say, what do you think the answer is? And we'd have a conversation, you know? Sometimes that conversation would help us put things in context. How are they thinking? How is the system, you know, sort of set up, and why would they think that's the best way to go? They don't work in a vacuum. We also, as the brokers, do not work in systems that we don't know about, that, you know, I'm parachuting into a system that I do not understand. So then, you know, so they tell us what they think and why they think, and would ask them, if I didn't give you any evidence, what would your course of action be? You know, and they would tell us. And we said, all right. Then we'd go look for the evidence and, you know, come up with all kinds of options to which would come back to them. In there might be an option that goes slightly off, you know, and I will say slightly, because at least in that particular evaluation, we didn't have anything that was going completely off. It would go slightly off. And we were not going and synthesizing evidence in a certain way because he said that's the way he wants. No. I will give you examples also where we went completely off, okay? Some of them caused diplomatic rows because the government has decided to go this way and the evidence is going this way. And the policymaker who asked us the question actually chooses to go with the evidence. So they are those, and these are the same people. We're not working with different, you know, groups. So there are times that they will definitely, you know, the evidence will say something completely different. But in most of the times, it fits in very well with what they have been thinking, because that's the system that they have been a part of. They're not working on an alien system where they have no idea what it is to do, you know? It might be then, how do we make implementation better? If it's the same option as I thought, how do I make implementation better? If it's the same option that we had 6 years ago, but we really got bad outcomes, what was the problem, okay? It's the same option, but maybe what you needed was more of, you know, a certain cadre of people working in the system. What you needed more of was more communication systems with the public, you know? They didn't understand what you were working with. So it's not different from what they want to do, but they want to understand what is it that can actually make that particular option work better. And so it's not foregone conclusions. It's probably something they are suspecting, but they're not confident about the particular process. But then also, I'll task you to go back and look at the 4 different ways in which we say evidence has been used, okay? There are times, I'll give an example from this country, that a policy process, you know, goes ahead and the evidence comes after it. And that evidence can stop that process, or it can say, you actually took the right direction. So again, it goes back to our attitude of thinking that the policymakers don't know what they're doing, and therefore the evidence is the one coming to save them, okay? It is not that. So for example, we had the, and this is more than 10, maybe 15 years ago, where we had a policy on user fees, you know, being repealed. So we used to have user fees in the hospitals, in government facilities. And while the policy process was still going on, evidence was still being, you know, mobilized. The decision was actually made, the policy decision was made to go ahead because of a political situation or the political environment at the time. And these are the realities of decision making. Decision making is not that nice. I don't know if you've seen that nice, the rational model of decision making, where we start with the problem, then we have the time to go and look for the evidence, then we sort of look at it, we don't like it very much, and you know, and then we make a decision, and then we evaluate it, and then we come back. It's a nice, in reality, actually, decision making is not like that for so many reasons. And we tend to think that even the policymakers are in charge, or they are able to control. Half the time, they're also not able to control, some of the things that go into decision making. But then you will find a process where the policy decision, I don't even have to go back 15 years. We had COVID, where policy decisions had to be made there and then, okay? Unfortunately, many of the countries or many of the places did not have structures in place that can provide timely evidence. And in many places, the evidence came after the decision, okay? In some places, the evidence really did, support the decision that had been made. Again, because people are not working from zero. They know, they have some understanding of the situations they work with. And so they will make a fairly informed decision, okay? Sometimes the evidence came and the decision had to be changed or modified in some way. Again, just to show that sometimes decisions will go ahead of the evidence, not because, they don't care about the evidence, or it's a foregone conclusion, so even when the evidence comes and supports it, well, it was supposed to go that way. Not necessarily, okay? There are certain situations, and many of them are really genuine situations where the evidence is supportive, but it's not that, well, that is where we were going to go anyway, okay? There was...
I think that's great. I think we'll leave, because we're trying to end at the half hour. I think what I'll ask, but you got the direct question, so that was great that spend time digging into that. 1 minute each to either say, add to this question, or anything else you want to say in a minute or so.
Yeah, Susan, first of all, nice to see you in the back, and happy to meet later. But just to add, I think, to what Rona was saying, I think it depends also on the policy question, right? And how controversial it is, and how it either empowers policymakers, or sometimes they might not be very happy with the evidence that they're getting. So that's perhaps another aspect to consider. But getting back to the other question that was raised on indicators when it comes to institutionalization, that is definitely a very important area, and we would love to complement the work that we have done so far with indicators. The problem is, again, because institutionalization is so contextualized, can we actually develop meaningful global indicators, or how are we moving forward with that? But it's definitely one of our next steps we want to look into, if we can get the necessary resources for that. So we're a little bit stuck in that area, but we do understand that countries really would like to have that, not only for their own moving forward, but also to be able to compare where other countries are, and then maybe to learn from other countries. But there are, of course, certain indicators that one could choose that we have also seen in the literature. And if you have a look at, so we were speaking a lot about these structures, for example, if you have, we call them, as I mentioned earlier, knowledge translation platforms, or again, evidence support mechanisms that are institutions facilitating research or evidence and policy, that could be seen as an indicator. Its existence or its functioning, whether the knowledge translation platform has a strategy, whether there is a government budget line for this kind of work, whether there's an official mandate. So there are different indicators that for the time being, as we don't have any global or standardized indicators, that now that we are starting with the implementation or the piloting of the checklist, we will look into developing those with the countries, but again, on a case-by-case and country basis. But definitely a very important question, and an area that we have a gap in at the moment, I would say.
Excellent. So watch this space, basically. Yeah. Just want to give online. Godfrey, do you have would you like to come in with a less than 1 minute remark?
Yeah, yes, I generally agree with the sentiment, but maybe one point to add there, that there is always context under which evidence is sought and also is provided. So the context at the time of actually making available that evidence, sometimes it dictates also the response. There is something called inconvenient findings and inconvenient recommendations that can cause serious problems. And that's why some of us, we have scars to show. Thank you very much.
Convenient truths, yes. Thank you. Rose?
Yeah, I'll just give an example building on what Shanya has said in terms of some of the short-term indicators, short-term things we should be doing. So at AFIDEP, some of the things we've been doing in terms of ensuring that we have more and more people in this room is getting research, academic institutions, universities to introduce courses around evidence-informed decision-making. Build in systematic reviews in their master's degrees, their PhD degrees. That way you are continuously generating people who will be your champions for evidence over time. So in the short term, we are looking at how many universities are we supporting to introduce these courses. But in the long term, we are looking at building a big mass of experts in this area. And then finally, just to say, coming back to the tick box, I think it's an important concern, but I wouldn't worry about that so much, because where there is evidence, I think there is light. I didn't mean to say that. But I remember in early 2000s, I was fresh from university, 2002, 2003, and as a communications expert. And I was sitting with researchers, PhD holders, that time with 1 degree, and I was challenging them, saying, you can't be sitting here just defining research questions and publishing papers. You have to be in government technical working groups. And one of them looked at me and said, if researchers were working like that, Graham Bell, the guy who discovered light, wouldn't have discovered light up to now. I sounded very stupid. That person can't say the same to me today. Because right now it's other people now who are saying we have to do co-production, we have to work together. 20 years ago, it was a lone voice, and I was looking like a university graduate with some crazy ideas. What do you have to tell us? So I think if evidence is institutionalized, ticking a box might be there, but there will be more voices in that room stopping others from ticking a box. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate the point about the avoiding gaming the system, because we work mostly in the evaluation space. And how it works there is that a lot of donors are requiring governments to have national evaluation systems to produce evaluations relating particularly to aid programs. And now when we're talking about the African continent, we're also talking about a lot of countries post-democracy where they actually had a lot of structural adjustment programs. And a lot of public good programs are still being funded by large donor agencies. And what that creates is actually this kind of hegemonic cycle of upward accountability to donors for evidence. And so what we are calling it in our sort of sector is the routinization of evidence production, or sometimes in public administration we talk about instrumentalism. And we are working really hard at preventing that. And we've been thinking through what does one do in order to get the system to be resilient. And that is why I spoke to resilient and strong democratic institutions and institutions of governance that can withstand these kinds of gaming tactics. And by the way, gaming is happening in any event in these spaces. Evidence is being used in ways to support policies that are not necessarily for the benefit of citizens, but they're pushing certain agendas. So one of the things that we've forgotten to talk about, I think, so far is that there are other constituents who we haven't mentioned yet, and these are citizens. How do we start to support citizens and social movements to appreciate that evidence is important and how they can have a voice and drive the demand for evidence for policy making? And so what we are doing in the evaluation sector, for example, we have spaces called Voluntary Organizations for Professional Evaluation, or VOPEs. And in those spaces, it's sort of neutral ground where we have the policymakers or the commissioners of evaluations together with the private sector, together with evaluators, together with academics, actually convening and having these conversations and making sure that we are building capacity, not only in the sort of chain of supply and demand, that there's a lot of complexity between that supply and demand. And it's really, really important to ensure that we include so-called beneficiaries of public good programs in understanding how can their lives be impacted by understanding how important evidence is. And I think that might be one of the ways in which if we can strengthen that demand for better evidence, then we can have that. And the second thing related to my first point around, the sort of the cadence of evaluation systems possibly responding to upward accountability is to really focus on country-led institutionalization, to not have the institutionalizing imposed from outside, but to have countries leading the process of evidence production. So I liked, for example, what was being said about co-production. So co-production seems like a buzzword, but it's actually really important because it allows for the capacities within government as well to say, well, we also are partly owning the process of evidence production, and we then partly also own the evidence, and we therefore desire to use it for the public good. Thank you.
So first, as a panelist, I'll just take a moment also to say that, and a little shout out for our evidence use, verified evidence use stories, which are in the portal I mentioned earlier today. There you'll actually find the 7 types of usage that we have verified in various programs that 3IE has been supporting the evaluation of. And so, so to the question back to Susan as well, there, I would recommend also seeing how, because there are good stories there as to programs that actually were closed because of findings, that were changed in their implementation, as we talked about, because of the finding, or indeed were scaled up. But also other types of usages where, a ministry, for example, then learns from one program and then sort of brings it over, this knowledge into other programs, and also informs larger global guidelines and debates, etc. So just a little shout out or a pitch for our portal as well. But then back to this amazing panel. I think you brought so much sort of added reflections around these issues, and particularly I want to sort of, I come out of this actually quite positive, more than I was before. I think what we hear here is that, institutionalization, culture change, yes, it all takes time, but that we are, as a panel, we hear things are improving, we are getting better at it, we are learning, we are developing the tools, the resources, the frameworks, etc. But yes, it is taking time. So I come out of this very energized, and thank you very much for contributing to this panel. And thank you for everyone online and in the room that have been listening, and see you in later, hopefully, to our 15th anniversary celebration, which I think is starting in half an hour.